There's always been a debate on what is the stupidest crime you could ever commit. But I don't really think it's that much of a debate. I think there is an objectively right answer. Pokemon card related crimes. And they are so common these days, with people ruining their lives because they cannot help but try and steal Pokemon cards to resell them. It's almost dangerous to have Pokemon product on hand because it feels like it's just a matter of time before the greasiest loser you could ever imagine tries to break into your business to get their grubby paws on it. It's like dropping Tilted Towers in Fortnite back during Fortnite's heyday. It's just completely out of control, and it is only getting worse. This is spreading faster than fucking Gangnam Style in 2012. There is literally, like every single day, there is someone breaking into a card shop to steal thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards. And I've covered a lot of it, but I haven't in a little while, and it's not because it's started to die down or simmer down or anything. In fact, quite the opposite. I just haven't been covering it as much because it is just fucking pathetic, the state of the hobby right now, and there is so little more to be said about it. It sucks. But today I saw one that made me want to dust off this topic again because I think it is the perfect example to showcase just how extreme it's gotten.
Sad news at RNG Therapy. We experienced a break-in at 5:45 Tuesday morning. Two people, a male and a female, rammed into our shop with a U-Haul and took some stuff. It's gut-wrenching. So yeah, just an update. Watch the video, check it out.
This couple rented a U-Haul seemingly with the sole purpose to ram it through the garage door of this card shop so they could steal Pokemon cards and then make a quick getaway. There's so much to unpack with that. They rented a vehicle to commit a crime. I feel like it probably won't be that hard to find who they are, assuming they had to provide some identification and payment information to even get the U-Haul in the first place. God willing, hopefully they don't get away with it. This is a level of insanity that dwarfs even some of the most absurd that I'd seen prior. They rented a U-Haul to crash it through this building to steal Pokemon cards. Holy shit. Also, they're just like manhandling the Pokemon cards. They're doing it au naturel, the way our forefathers used to steal Pokemon cards. They're not even using bags or anything. They're literally just grabbing like two fistfuls and walking it back and forth. Like they didn't even bring like bags or something to do it more efficiently. They are that fucking stupid. You are witnessing actual Neanderthal mode. You are seeing laid bare in front of you the dumbest society can provide you with. Holy shit. And you get a pretty good look at this girl's face, one of the perpetrators here. I'm hoping these two turbo idiots get caught pretty soon. I'm pretty optimistic that they will. It feels like there's a lot of information that you could probably get from the vehicle they rented here for it. Plus, you also have pretty solid surveillance footage of what they look like. Hopefully they will get caught. Now, the reason I wanted to yap about this is because of just how over the top it is. They fucking crash a truck through this card shop to get the Pokemon cards. In almost every other card shop break-in and robbery I've seen, they just bash the glass in. They'll hit it with a brick, a hammer, something. They just walk in and start breaking all the glass in order to steal the cards. But here, there's no glass for them to break through. It's a fucking garage door. It's a huge garage door. You would think that would be more difficult and like a deterrent from people breaking in. But no, these morons still find a way. Like, you are just not safe. If you have Pokemon cards, somehow these vermin will sniff it out, and come hell or high water, they will fucking bust through those walls like the Kool-Aid Man. It is shocking. They crashed a U-Haul through this garage door to get to these Pokemon cards. Next, like, you're gonna have to start putting your Pokemon cards at Fort Knox, but even then, idiots like this will probably still find a way to try and gain access. It'll be like Wile E. Coyote. They'll get the Acme Dynamite out and the plunger and try and like blow it up to get in. It's just so sad, the state of this hobby. And I feel terrible for this business. Like, I would have thought, given the location of this business being, pretty secure behind a garage door and everything, that they were likely going to be safe and be able to provide a nice little hangout card shop spot for their community. But no, still no. They crashed the car through it. Now, I watched some of the updates here from their Instagram page. They have replaced the garage door, which is not cheap, mind you, and they are trying to, keep their heads held high, moving forward into the future here. So they are back open for business, which is great. They were only down for a little while here after this. But it just sucks to see this, man. Like, I just feel so bad. It's not like these card shops are rolling in money. Like, it's not like these businesses are just raking in millions and millions of dollars. And yet they are just getting absolutely pillaged. Like the fucking Vikings are running through here and just dismantling their inventory of Pokemon cards. It's just dangerous. It's sad. It's fucking sad. And like I said, this is very, very, very common now. Like when I was looking for this to try and find it on my own, an unrelated story of 3 separate break-ins all in like a week came up. And like I mentioned, it's the standard song and dance that a lot of these robbers like to do, where they just bust in the glass of these card shops and then just start breaking everything to get to them.
In and out in 30 seconds. That's all it took for this thief to make off with about $6,000 worth of Pokemon cards.
They smashed our showcase, so they knew where they were going.
On top of the...
Like I said, that's typically how it goes. They come in, break the glass. In the rest of this news segment here, they interview a couple of other shops that experienced very similar break-ins, losing thousands of dollars worth of product. And typically, it's just a big old... In one of them, it was just a big old piece of concrete. They broke the glass and then kicked in the rest of it and then just walked in, stole the shit, breaking the shit. It's awful. It's just awful. It is so shameful. And it is showing no signs of slowing down. Like, you're not even safe if you are behind a garage door. A reinforced door is not safe because you never know when the dumbest couple on the planet's gonna rent a goddamn bulldozer and just blast through it. It's just despicable. I am so tired of the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. Jiminy Christmas. And like I've said from the very beginning, even if you do steal all of these Pokemon products, they're not easy to resell. You're not going to make a huge killing selling the couple of $1,000s worth of Pokemon product that you lifted from these local card shops. Like, it's not going to sell immediately, even if you do mark it down significantly. And a lot of people in the community are always aware of what's been stolen, so many times what's happened in the past is people that have stolen it have been caught when they've tried to resell it because people know, and they don't want to have that hot potato of stolen product. Like, it's just so fucking dumb across the board from these idiots, these absolute losers that are stealing all of these TCG products. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, though, I just wanted to yap about this again. That's really about it. So, yeah, it's just very shady, I would say. In particular with Ammon's behavior. This guy has a humiliation fetish, potentially. He loves to put his face on claims that have contradictory evidence publicly available. So, like in this one, he tells this whole story, this novel that he writes here about like the U-Haul to explain it, even after the other McNeff firmly, sternly, with no riddles, no guesswork, no wiggle room, saying there is no U-Haul, that's wrong. Now proven that that wasn't true. There is a U-Haul there, and now Ammon's got this massive story cooked up about it. And the story just, like, there's no way it can be true based on everything CoffeeZilla was able to gather from Brandon. Like, the actual documentation. So, like, I don't think there's any world where that's true or a reality, yet he's proudly making that claim, even when it's, like, evidence contradicts it, like, provably contradicts it. That's why it's just so peculiar to me. Like, they keep saying these things and can't even stick to their own story.
First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices.
Now CoffeeZilla gets access to some of the bookkeeping here. And he talks about how the original claim of this being a $200,000 Lego collection is just not true. It's highly inaccurate. It was used as marketing buzz online, yes, like from Bricks and Minifigs themselves as their marketing material, like the $200,000 collection, that kind of thing, and that became, the most eye-catching part of this whole story is how much the Legos are worth. But according to all of what is available here, the actual estimated value is calculated to be around $107,000 according to what CoffeeZilla has access to. Still an extremely valuable Lego collection, but that claim is just not accurate about it being $200K. It is still extremely valuable, and that is still an extreme amount of money, but it is important to get things correct, and the correct amount is around $107,000. Which, as CoffeeZilla mentions, is somewhat nebulous because they're not all sold, so you can't really say exactly what the value is because they haven't been paid for, so maybe it could be a little more, maybe a little less, but it is not fair to say it's $200,000. He then talks to Ben about it, about how surprised Ben is because he'd been led to believe it's $200K this whole time. He then talks to the Gormans about it, and Crystal talks about how she initially arrived at that number for the sake of the press release to be eye-grabbing, but in her spreadsheet, she calculates it around the 85 to 120K ballpark range, not 200. That was her arriving there off basically eyeballing it and then putting out the press release about this huge collection that is very valuable that they got their hands on. But as she actually went through the inventory in the spreadsheet, it was closer to that 100K mark.
It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000.
And this is why having the correct number is important. And it's something CoffeeZilla mentions. If you're going to be trying to locate the missing Legos, you have to know what you're even looking for and how much you're looking for here. Because if it's a $200,000 collection, there is a lot more out there in the fucking wild, out there in the rain and cold, needing to be found. But now that we have the accurate numbers, you can start to more fine-tune the investigation to locate them. So, on the big night here, on Judgment Day, $82,000 worth of Legos should have been in that store. Which is a really big deal because Bricks and Minifigs officially stated that there was only 2,000 to 5,000 that they located there. And McNeff even said that there's only 11 to 15K total Star Wars in that location. How is that possible? We have the bookkeeping. There should have been $82,000 worth of Star Wars Lego sets from Brian Mansell's collection there. But according to Bricks and Minifigs and according to McNeff, I don't know why I blanked on his name so hard, fucking McCheeseburger here, according to him, there was only 11 to 15K in total Star Wars there. So that's not adding up. Where is it?
So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find.
I think that was a really clever way of doing things here. He has so many photos from the Gormans here, and he hired a team to go through manually au naturel and tag them. And so that way they could find the valuation of what is provably in the store on that night. And there is still a large amount unaccounted for. Yes, of course, give or take, there's some error there in how it was gathered and like what the actual value might be, which he points out. But even still, that is such a good thing to work off of there, because now you have provable amount of what's in the store and what is still just completely lost in the ether, fucking ghosts out there.
But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list.
Yeah, I think that's a very natural conclusion to draw from that. And this is a really big thing that I had never heard anything about. This side deal on the Star Wars Legos that were sold to someone else totally outside of all of this commotion, but those sets still appear in that spreadsheet, but they're marked as located in storage, which, as CoffeeZilla points out, storage is something, according to the Gormans, that they had off-site, but would bring back to the store and put in the safes. So, like, it was in their possession still, like, securely locked down. But how could that possibly be true if they have been sold to somebody else, and there are now pictures to confirm it, and it seems like it is all part of that collection? It shouldn't be appearing in the bookkeeping at all in that case. That is super messy. And according to CoffeeZilla's estimates, it comes out to about $15,000 in Lego that isn't missing. We can see where it went. It was sold to somebody else, but in the inventory sheet is still marked in storage, which I believe is very inaccurate to say, and that is quite shady.
Anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made.
I wanted to leave that plug in here because CoffeeZilla's work truly is incredible, and I highly recommend everyone go support him in any way you can. His investigations, I think, are among the best, not only on YouTube, but just in general. He really does get to the bottom of his fucking stories in a way that is very rare these days, and I'm always appreciative of his work. Now, the next thing he's looking at is the point of sales records. And in there, he notices that, according to this, $51,000 worth of Brian Mansell's collection was sold. And according to Crystal herself, back in like an earlier talk with Coffee, she even says like $50,000 of the collection was sold. But Brian's only been paid $17,000. What sense does that make? He should be paid more. He is owed more. So where is that? Where has that gone? Who came in and shook that lunch money out of him?
Hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid 17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that.
Without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
This is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off.
I imagine if any of you are familiar with layaways, you just rolled your eyes in a big way. That always ends in a lot of fuzziness, a lot of friction. So now we're starting to see something very new in this story here. So CoffeeZilla has learned that a lot of this comes from layaways.
Worth about $20,000 in layaway. And that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "They're worth 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
Coffee then tries to wrap his head around this whole huge amount of layaway, and Crystal then explains, like, yeah, it is extremely rare, and she says that she's not even sure they've ever done layaway until this set came in, but then goes on to explain, like, how their layaway worked, where they'd, you know, put the down payment, then make payments over, like, 30 days, and that kind of thing, and that it was just a big... the way she dove into it was already very much a lot of moving pieces. She even mentions, like, one set in particular went on layaway 4 times and then eventually got sold. So, like, this amount of layaway and, like, the discrepancy between how much layaway, like, what Josh is reporting and what is reported on the sheet, like, the whole thing with this layaway here is already getting into some really spotty ground that makes it hard to, like, really nail down what's going on and why. Because it feels like a crazy amount to be doing on layaway, which is something CoffeeZilla mentions as well.
So a lot of these are, see, like, look at this. Like, so, like, it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
Our Ewok Village was one of those cases. At some point, he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. You know, I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm going to make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold.
She states numerous times that without being able to see, like, the actual sales ticket, she can't really give a great explanation, but she talks about, like, one of the more complicated layaway experiences they had, like, with the Ewok Village, and like, you can see where things are getting really muddy through this layaway protocol that they had there. And it's leading to a lot of funky bookkeeping that is making some really odd stuff come to light. And another thing that CoffeeZilla gets into, I think, is a very big one.
But I even found more than that in this POS data. I also found about $10,000 in sales that match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet.
Some of our things that were not found
Okay.
were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So, like, they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
There is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work, and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months.
Yeah, I had no idea this existed. Call me naive, I suppose. I don't typically go on TikTok, but I was going to take the plunge this afternoon because I was reading and watching so many videos about, like, Swiftie meltdowns and, like, parties being thrown, tears being shed, like the happiest moment of their lives all over Taylor Swift getting engaged to Travis Kelce. And I just wanted to take a peek at some of it to see what all the hoopla was about. And before I even had a chance to type in words to the search bar, this video started auto-playing.
I'm free bleeding in the grass right now, and it's occurred to me that a large collective of women are bleeding right now, and whatever this cycle is, whatever we're moving through our blood together, feels like one of the most potent bleeds, and I sense more women are synced up now more than ever, so drop a rose if you're bleeding too.
Not gonna lie, that was a crazy hook. I'm free bleeding in the grass right now. It reminds me of Ty Lopez's infamous ad, I'm in my garage right now. There's a lot to unpack here, so She is on her period right now and letting the blood leak out from her and soak into the grass around her, returning the blood to Mother Earth. Now, shocker, I don't have periods, and I'm not going to pretend to be the preeminent expert on how they function, so this is a legitimate question. Is there really that much blood that comes out all at once? Because the way she's describing it makes it sound like the blood is pooling around her, like in Grand Theft Auto when you kill someone and the blood just like starts to fan out deeply from them. I would have imagined that if you sat here spread eagle for like an hour, you'd have some blood getting into the grass and like on your thighs and stuff, but not like the quantity that she's expressing here, making it sound like a fucking crime scene or something.
And a reminder that your blood is not an inconvenience. It's actually one of the most magical gifts in the entire world. Whatever you experience before your bleed, in luteal, when you feel like you're moving through different emotions, different challenges, gets to come out through your blood. You get to die every month and be reborn through your blood. And the earth takes it, if you give it to her, and alchemizes it. So the sooner that you can give your blood back to the earth, the more alive that you become.
This must be a pretty common thought process in the modern day about like how period blood is magical and has like divine properties. You remember a few months ago I was making fun of that goober, that goofball who's like, I actually love to eat pussy that's on its period, or like have sex with girls on their period because it's divinity that I'm touching with my wiener. I get in there and there's like that period blood. Ugh. And then his sidekick loser who's like, yeah, you know, I'd have sex with a girl on her period. You know, if I'm afraid to get my sword a little bloody, then I'm not a good knight. And it's not like exclusive to just those douchebags' perspectives. Apparently, like, it's somewhat of a common thing on TikTok about like period blood being magical with arcane energies. So she is in that camp about like, this is magic, and by free bleeding on the grass, you are quenching the thirst of Mother Earth to make yourself more powerful. Not only that, you get reborn. So every month when your period starts, you die. You flatline. You go straight to Valhalla. But through your period blood, you are born anew. As long as you're bleeding on the grass, I guess. I went to her page, and this is her entire channel. It's so fascinating.
You have a bleed, the most powerful and potent thing that you could be doing right now during this eclipse portal, during this last half of 2025, during forever your time on Earth, is to offer your blood back to the Earth. Why? Because your blood has the ability to end war. It has codes and instructions for the Earth to reprogram the collective grid. And I know that sounds powerful, and I know that sounds like a lot, because it is.
What kind of fucking anime plotline is that? Your period blood can end wars by feeding it to the earth? That... Who knew the secret was right under our nose the whole time? Now, far be it from me to poke holes in the theory here, but let's go back in time. Let's rewind the clocks. Before tampons existed, periods aren't something that just got, introduced in new patch notes over the last 100 years and came packaged with tampons. There was a time where periods were here with no tampons. That period blood was hitting the soil back then. And there were still a lot of wars back then. I gotta tell ya, I'm not exactly convinced that period blood getting on the grass is enough to stop wars. And what in tarnation is the collective grid? That sounds like a secret society like the Illuminati, the fucking New World Order or something. It sounds like a villainous group out of a James Bond film. How is that reprogramming the collective grid, and how does that stop humans from starting wars against each other? I have so many questions. Also, what codes are in the period blood that are absent from every other blood? So, like, if I go out right now and I cut my hand, like a ritualistic cut with a ceremonial dagger on my hand, and drip some of that blood on the soil, what codes am I giving it? The Konami code? Like, what am I hitting it with? I don't know how there's a huge distinct difference there. Why does that have different energy and instructions and code? Also, why would the period blood even have instructions for stopping war in the first place? I just don't see how free bleeding on the grass is somehow going to drop a tutorial to the earth on how to stop wars. Like, I feel like if there is instructions buried deep in the period blood, it probably wouldn't be instructions that pertain to war. It'd probably be about, like, babies or something, would be my guess, if there are instructions in there somewhere that you'd have to, you know, find the WikiHow guide on in the blood. I can't quite understand how she's drawing this connection of, like, dropping your period blood on the earth to stop wars and trying to preach it like, listen everyone, we need to come together and we need to pool our blood on the grass. It's the only way to stop war.
Because you are that powerful. And I know that we've been taught, hide your tampons, inconvenience, PMS. It's all bullshit, okay? It's all bullshit. Your blood is a key, it's a code, it has living, alive instructions to regenerate the planet and to reprogram the entire collective grid from your womb space. And as we all do this collectively together, we reprogram the collective, and what is not in resonance with this vibration, with this new programming, has to fall away. It can't survive.
What language is that programming in? Java? C#? Like, how are you deciding what that programming is? How do you have control over that? And also, what won't survive the new programming? Is this like an extinction event or something? Like, I can't wrap my head around it. My third eye is not opening here. She's just spamming buzzwords, vibrations being the classic. Vibrate this, vibrate that, fucking everything is vibrations, which means literally nothing most of the time. And now she's using a new one here, a new buzzword, collective. No explanation, no clue what that's even supposed to mean, but collective! You know, jump scare you with that. We have to fight the collective, reprogram the collective, bleed the collective, free bleed! That kind of thing, I don't know. It just, all of this is just actual mumbo-jumbo nonsense here. And let's just go ahead and suspend disbelief for a moment. Let's say this is all very true, that by by dripping your period blood on the grass, you are reprogramming the collective. Let's assume the collective refers to Earth and everything that inhabits it. How the fuck does every single womb space have the same instructions? Everybody is different. There is no way that her womb space instructions would match those of, you know, Taylor Swift. Like, there's going to be very different protocol embedded in that period blood they're dripping and feeding to the earth. Like, maybe hers is trying to teach the earth and reprogram it to not have wars, but then you'll have a womb space from somewhere else that's, like, really about war. Like, we need more battles. So wouldn't these womb spaces conflict in these instructions, overload the collective, and then there's no one's in agreement anymore? Like, it falls apart. There's just nothing about this that is even remotely sensible. And that's what makes it so fucking amazing.
I have never lost weight so fast in my entire life with this elixir. Now that I have your attention, because we're in a system that preys upon your insecurities as a woman, this is my moon blood. This is my period blood mixed with a shit ton of water. It's not concentrated. And because 14 million people did in fact watch me free bleed on the earth, I thought, why not shock the system? Just a little bit more. Just be like, hi, there's a revolution happening of feminine wisdom, feminine magic, our feminine moon blood that has so much magic. I'm just feeling a little spicy, a little revolutionary, and God forbid a woman doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Mixing your period blood with some water for the sake of a TikTok video to slam dunk on the haters definitely sounds like something someone would do if they didn't give a fuck about it. Now, if you thought she was going to drink this panacea, you're wrong. I'm pretty sure she's doing this just to get people, like, hooked on it, morbid curiosity. She doesn't actually consume this beverage, at least not on camera. Maybe she does in her, spare time. But for this, she's using it more as, like, a talking tool. I also imagine it's not her blood with water in there. It wouldn't come out this red. This is very clearly some kind of, like, juice that she is pretending is blood with water. How eye-catching. And she's using it to talk about this revolution she's leading about free bleeding on the earth to, like, regenerate and stop war.
And this is about the feminine reclamation. This is about feminine freedom. This is about remembrance. So I'm going to take this to my red rose bush outside. And you might be entirely annoyed and pissed off by this. And I might be too if I was stuck in the system. But anyways, I'm going to go offer this to the earth. And she's going to take it and alchemize and transmute whatever I've released through this blood, through this cycle. And then she's going to repattern and upgrade my energetic and physical field. So that's the gift, and that's on being a daughter of the earth.
Pissed off or annoyed is definitely not the right way to describe the feelings after watching this. It's more just confused, and it's very laughable. Like, it's more silly than it is infuriating. Also, the way that she presents this here sounds far more selfish. How she's going to go dump her blood onto the earth so that way she can reap the benefits of basically leveling up. She's treating this like it's a Call of Duty lobby, and she's prestiging by dumping this period blood into her rose bush. So what, is it no longer about, reprogramming the collective to benefit Mother Earth so that way we can stop wars? Is it now just about your personal gain from doing this? I don't know. That no longer seems like this altruistic act of free bleeding on the grass to improve and regenerate Earth. To me, it just sounds far more sinister. I think she let the mask slip a little too much. You might be feeding her power by free bleeding on the grass, because now she's only talking about what she's gaining from it. She's getting her energetic pattern, reorganized and, reflaffitated. Also, her physical field is being upgraded, so she is now reaching like a cosmic level that she wasn't at previously. She's getting up to like Thanos galactic threat now. It doesn't really seem like it's about improving the Earth anymore. It seems more about what she gets to gain from it.
This is my current microdosing routine in under 30 seconds. I microdose with Flodos. They're my favorites. I've been microdosing with Flodos since June. They use a shamanic strain. It's very wise, very loving, very gentle. I typically microdose 100 milligrams or 200 milligrams. 100 milligrams is a really beautiful sweet spot for a starting point. So it's been over a year since I moved to Peru in the Sacred Valley. This is my home. From Los Angeles. I'm working with ayahuasca.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That checks out. So she was in LA and then had her spiritual awakening with, some microdosing, which I think, I have a sneaking suspicion may have turned into some megadosing. And then she moved and started with ayahuasca. So a tale as old as time and only being more common these days. Albeit most people don't usually end up talking about like free bleeding on the grass to save the earth from war and whatever, but even still, very interesting. Wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Pretty comically dumb conclusion that there is no world where that happens. That is just barnacles, because Reckless Bin literally couldn't steal them. It actually would have been impossible. He wasn't there that night. He had no connection to the previous franchise owners, had no interaction with like the takeover or anything. He had no chance to even steal the Legos if that was part of a nefarious, dubious plot he was cooking up. Genuinely, it is impossible for him to have been the one to have stolen the Legos. So then, CoffeeZilla, looks at Ammon.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name's Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name.
Boy howdy, you can probably already imagine how well this goes. Their defense, not watertight. I am always so impressed by CoffeeZilla's ability to get the star clowns of his investigations to speak directly to him. And every time, without fail, they make fools of themselves. It keeps happening, and I am thankful that it does. I am just always surprised. Now, that being said, Ammon does make a strong point about off-site holding of Brian Mansell's collection, which is something Brian had reiterated on a podcast like a year ago about how his collection was being stored outside of that Bricks and Minifigs location, outside that facility. It was in, fucking secure black site or something for security, which I think is very odd. That is peculiar. Why? They store the Legos in fucking Fort Knox or something on consignment? Like, that is very weird, if you ask me.
Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm gonna say, that is not accurate at all. Because
So you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
CoffeeZilla then brings this up directly to the previous owners, the Gormans, about the off-site storage of Brian Mansell's Star Wars Lego collection, asking them to pour a bit of milk on this cereal. What does this all mean? What does it look like? And I think the way they explain it does make more sense about why it was stored off-site for a brief period of time. The way Ammon describes it makes it sound like it was some kind of indefinite thing where they had it buried underground, in like a fallout shelter or something that they were, squatting on there. And it seemed very underhanded and shady, but the way they describe it and like the reason behind it, that also makes sense.
Locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that launch weekend while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To me, that does pass the smell test. If they are having problems with thieves, Lego City's under attack from ne'er-do-wells, well, now they have this extremely valuable collection that belongs to Brian Mansell's father, and in order to try and keep it safe and secure, they don't have any, safes or anything like that. So, in the interim, while they get those safes, they store it off-site. I get that. I do understand that, and according to them, once they did get those saves, they did bring it back, so it was in the store for the majority of the time. It was only off-site for a little while.
And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs, who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments at the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things, which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover.
This is not new information from the Bricks and Minifigs side of things about pointing the finger at the Gormans, that they are responsible for all this hoopla. They are the actual bad guys here. They may not have the twirled mustache, but make no mistake, they're the villains. So they are claiming that the Gormans were behind on payments, they weren't doing their due diligence, so there was a fear that there might be bankruptcy, skipping town, this kind of thing. So they actually sent Brandon Best undercover, incognito, to shop around and take video to send to them. And this was before Brandon came in to kick them out. So they were already investigating the Gormans and this shop in particular.
It's a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gorman stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
Agent 47, Brandon Best here, is undercover, and according to the McNeffs, filming things to make sure everything's above board and that the Gormans aren't stealing things, trying to prevent theft and make sure everything's, above board and as smooth a transition as possible with all the inventory intact without them, making off with it like bandits. It sounds like there's also going to be additional follow-ups, I believe. That's how it read to me. Now, as a result of the assault that Emiru experienced at their event, they are going to be having a stronger security presence at further meet and greets that are scheduled. The question begs to be asked, why wasn't that an emphasis beforehand? You're saying that safety was like your top priority, yet it's very clear, very evident in this clip that there's not a lot of security there. So what are you doing about, like, safety? Like, well, I don't understand. If safety's such a high priority, where's security? Why, I don't know why it's so lackluster then if it's such a high priority. And again, this is like a huge streamer. Emiru is like one of the biggest streamers. What does security look like for streamers that aren't her size? I genuinely have no idea. It's a legitimate question I'm asking because, again, Emiru is like one of the biggest streamers, and TwitchCon didn't have like any adequate security presence at her meet and greet. What does it look like for a smaller streamer doing a meet and greet? Did they provide anything at all to them? And also, what they do provide is basically anyway, nothing. The security didn't act at all here. So now let's go back to Emiru's statement, because she says something very interesting here about Twitch's statement. In Twitch's statement, they said that the guy was immediately caught and detained. Sorry, but that is a blatant lie. He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me, and it felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal. She mentions there's more she wants to talk about on it, but will save it for stream. She then goes on to thank people for the support and confirms that this will be her last TwitchCon, which I think is completely understandable. I think other creators should seriously consider not attending in the future. I did not feel cared for or protected, even bringing my own security and staff. I can't imagine how creators without those options would feel. So according to Emiru's statement here, she believes that the guy wasn't like immediately caught and ID'd by TwitchCon staff or anything like that. And in fact, it wasn't until her manager pressed them for action that they did anything at all. That's unhinged. They didn't want to, jump into action after a fucking assault just took place. I just don't get it. That's completely unhinged. It almost feels like maybe they're more angry about Emiru's bodyguard there shoving the guy. Like maybe they're thinking about banning him from Twitch events in the future or something. Like it doesn't seem like their priority is safety. If they were going to just let this guy walk away until Emiru's manager had to force their hand to do something, this is just not a safe environment. And this isn't a new criticism of TwitchCon. This has been consistently something that people have spoken out about for years with TwitchCon. Like, I'm sure a lot of you have heard the horror stories that have been reported numerous times in the past at previous TwitchCons about, like, drink spiking or, like, the lack of security present, stuff like that. It has been something that people have mentioned numerous times, and every time Twitch tries to assure the community that, they're really taking security seriously this time around. This time, it's fucking locked down. There's going to be no issues. And like clockwork, there's always seemingly some kind of big security concern or something that arises at TwitchCon. It's just, I don't understand how they're not doing anything to, like, remedy it. Even in this, which is, again, supposed to be, like, their big year of security, like, because they made a huge stance on how strong they're going to be with security this year and how seriously they're taking it, how seriously they're going to take it, and then day one of TwitchCon, Emiru gets assaulted. And then, in this clip, it really seems like there's not a lot of security there. And if there is, like, off-camera, a bunch of security, they're not very efficacious. They're not very good at stopping a legitimate threat. Like I said, this guy's intentions could have been to murder Emiru here. He could have had a weapon, and he wasn't even stopped. He got all the way to her and assaulted her before he was finally shoved off. Like, there is a real problem. And according to Emiru, it's actually even worse than that on the TwitchCon security side, where they didn't even, like, want to go after the guy until they were forced to by Emiru's team pressing them for it. So not only did the assault happen under their watch, where they had ample chances to stop that guy, but none of the handful of security that was around intervened in any way, and then didn't do anything to pursue the criminal. That's a crime. Like, that's a crime, and they were just going to let him get away with that. It's complete lunacy. Emiru mentions that event staff didn't, like, check on her or anything. What you saw was her team checking on her and, making sure everything's okay. So what is TwitchCon like? Where are the event staff and security then? So they don't even check on someone who was just assaulted? They don't even go and see like what just happened? Like, are you okay? Do you need anything? Nothing at all? Like, that's crazy. It does not feel like safety is a huge priority at TwitchCon. What happened to Emiru is terrible, and it shouldn't have happened at all. It shouldn't happen to her or anybody attending TwitchCon. Another thing I want to briefly mention here. Apparently, Emiru didn't even want to do the meet and greet. She was obligated to in order to keep her show.
So I had to cancel my meet and greet because of the stuff, but in order to, I can't cancel my meet and greet and not cancel her show because of the fact that the reason I cancel my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours because of people being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract with them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
So I'm sorry,
I kept my
Emmy.
meet and greet because I wanted to keep my show. Surely it'll be
I'm
fine.
sorry, Emmy.
I'm sure everyone will be nice.
It sounds like it was a contractual obligation that if Emiru wanted to keep that show, she would have to do this meet and greet, which is something it doesn't seem like she wanted to do, but was trying to approach it with optimism about people, being nice and not being weird. Unfortunately, that's just not how things panned out. And it's crazy. She didn't even want to do this meet and greet. It's something that it seems Twitch was requiring her to do in order to keep the other thing that she actually did want, unrelated to the meet and greet. So she decides to oblige and do this meet and greet, and Twitch doesn't even do the bare minimum of giving her adequate security to protect her. Holy shit. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yep. I recently cleaned out my wardrobe, getting rid of some older shirts, which allowed for shirts I hadn't seen in years to make it into my rotation, into the Megamix. So now I'm cycling through some wackier shirts, leading to this, a light blue tee. I'm looking like a prime soccer player right now. I haven't worn this color shirt since I was in elementary school, licking a lollipop and flicking my propeller hat. And who knows what other treasures and treats await in these newly unearthed shirts that have been promoted to the big leagues here from the fucking G League. So anyway, whimsical shirt aside, what I want to yap about is actually pretty degenerate. It's not quirky by any means, I would say. I actually already yapped about this on the Skill Check channel earlier. It's in regards to my cardboard heroin addiction. I had been ripping Lord of the Rings Special Edition collector's boxes pretty much daily on Skill Check for the last, week and some change. And now the Fire Nation's attacked. Everything has changed here. And it's in large part because I was doing these openings. So the Lord of the Rings Special Edition boxes are a set that I really enjoy, but it's a very expensive set. I had 5 boxes that I bought a couple years ago when they were still pretty close to MSRP, and actually this was a set that a lot of people didn't even want and had trouble even selling to people, so it kind of flew under the radar for the longest time, but over time, it ballooned into a really expensive one. So when I started opening these, they were sitting at around $4,500 a box. That's a pretty penny. That's a ton of fucking clams. So obviously there wasn't a ferocious appetite with people beating down the doors, climbing all over each other like it's World War Z, to be spending $4,500 per box of Lord of the Rings Special Edition. But I have something that's known as a mental illness. But I view it as more of an addiction blessing. You see, Darman fam, my caveman brain loves shininess, and boy howdy did this set have a lot of shininess to it. But under no circumstances was this ever even worth $4,500. It's not. No, what you can pull from this set doesn't even come close to that value unless you hit a serialized lottery winning card. It's just, it was already way overpriced, but I really wanted to do something special with it because I really like the set. I had decided that I wanted to go on this long quest to keep ripping these boxes until I hit any serialized card from it. A serialized card is a card where there is only a set amount of that card ever made. So in the case of this series, there were a handful of cards that could be serialized, X out of 100. And my goal was to keep opening these boxes until I found a single one, no matter what it was. And it's been an extremely enjoyable time, and I've made some incredible friends along the way, like my buddy Treebeard, this fucking zooted goober here, looking like the Globgogabgola. I have pulled this many Treebeards. He's not a very, valuable card or anything, but this fucking maniac appears in like every single box I've opened. He's like the box ghost, just an unwanted cameo villain that I can't shake, and at this point, he's Stockholm Syndrome to me. And then the most despicable scourge on the planet is Hugh the Entwood. This is a poster card, Hugh the Entwood. It's the actual worst one in the set, and I've pulled so many of it, and every time my heart sinks into my ass. It hurts. But these are now cherished memories of mine. Even Hugh the Entwood, which is basically just a fucking terrorist in a box here. Throughout opening these cards, these boxes, I've had so much fun doing so, and I think the series has slapped. But what I didn't realize and what I didn't anticipate happening is that by opening so many of these boxes, it had a direct effect on the market. Like I said, when I started buying these, they were between $3,500 and $4,500 is what I paid for about 10 of them. And now the lowest listing you can find online is $12,000. That's not normal. That's not something that organically happened naturally due to like the standard things that would drive a price increase, like more demand for it from a bunch of people that want to get the cards or something. Because right now, I don't think there's a ton of people that were really looking to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on these boxes to open them. Kind of be very silly if there was. It's really just me doing it, taking a huge fucking net loss right on the chin because I like opening them and I think the content's really fun and hype. But I don't think there's been like a huge change in the amount of people that are looking to do the same thing, like open the cards. I don't think there's like this ferocious appetite now to buy and open them. I imagine there's a lot of people now that are buying the cards to squat on them because the scarcity, like there's not a ton of them, so now they want to hold it for next 5 or 10 years. But I think the main bulk of what this is coming from is people that are looking to try and make a quick profit flipping it to me. And the reason I think that is because a few of them have reached out to try and do that very same thing, that exact strategy. There are people that are buying it at like, over the last 24 hours, there are a few people that bought it like 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, and then sent me an email to try and flip what they had just purchased from TCG Player to me for 12,000. So it's people that are trying to capitalize off the perceived inability of Charles here to stop buying these boxes. So now they're trying to buy these at these crazy prices and then flip them to me for a crazier price because now it's much harder for me to find these boxes to buy. Thus, I must be willing to pay that crazy price. And in the video I posted on Skill Check earlier, I just wanted to make it clear, no, I'm not doing that. So I'm shutting that shit down. I'm not going to do that. Like, yes, I want to keep opening these boxes, but I'm not paying that price for it. It's not worth that. That's fucking ridiculous. It's just lost in this degeneracy hype train that I didn't think would ever be like a possibility for me just opening these boxes. I want to make it clear because there's a lot of confusion here. When I open these boxes, I take a huge net loss on them. Me paying $4,500 for a box. My juiciest box, if I sold every single card in there, would have made about $1,100. The AdSense on the videos are a few $100s. So I still lose thousands every time I open one of these boxes. And I don't even sell the cards. I keep all the fucking pulls and I'm making a wild, wacky, janky commander deck out of all of them once I'm done, which it's looking like I probably am now because these boxes are just going for stupid prices that I'm not paying. Yeah, obviously I'd love to keep opening them until I do hit a serialized, but I'm not playing around in the pig pen like this. It's just not happening. So that video was me putting the kibosh on it and letting people know, like, hey, I'm probably not going to be doing these going forward because of the prices here. It's been a very popular series on the Skill Check channel, so I thought an explanation was warranted. Also just wanted to make it clear that this kind of shit I don't like at all. This is not something I anticipated would happen. So yeah, it was a topic I wanted to talk about there. Also, to all the new faces around the Skill Check channel, glad you've enjoyed the card openings. You should also check out our games. I think we have the best Magic games on YouTube. Our shit slaps. I think we have some fucking iconic bangers when it comes to like our Box Brawl series where we're playing through every Magic the Gathering set in its history, opening the box, and then playing a Brawl Commander format with our pulls. Best Magic content on YouTube. Best TCG content. It's TCG Paradise over at Skill Check. Now, some of the comments on that video actually tilted me, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to the TCG space, there's always going to be like unhinged shit in it, but there were some people accusing me of being a scalper because I was opening these boxes. I feel like that word has now lost all meaning. Like, that's what? How is me buying boxes and opening them I don't sell anything from it or anything either. They go into my collection. How is that me scalping anyone? I'm not benefiting off these crazy prices. That's actually butt fucking me, because I'm also the only one, I think, that is buying them to open them right now. So all it's doing is hurting me. How am I in any way the beneficiary of this new lunacy that's become normalized with these boxes? And then others are saying it's the Logan Paul method. The Logan Paul method of what? I'm opening the boxes. These aren't box breaks. I'm not selling the packs and breaking them for people. And I'm not doing this to artificially inflate the hype and the price around product that I'm actively trying to sell to people. I'm just opening these fucking boxes. I wish they were back to like $2.50 a box. The cheaper the set goes, the happier I am. The bigger my boner gets. I'd love to see the prices just fucking plummet. I'd love that. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. That didn't happen. Not that I expected it to like plummet or anything, but I didn't expect it to do this. I didn't expect it to like explode or anything. I wasn't familiar with how scarce this product was prior to me buying a bunch of it. I didn't realize that opening it would actually matter in the grand scheme of things, because this wasn't a product a lot of people were buying in the first place. I didn't think there'd be a whole lot of market movement just for me goofing around opening boxes on the Skill Check channel. I really didn't expect it. And there were quite a handful of angry comments about how, well, now no one can get it. Well, I'm going to tell you something, and this is the cold water, but I'm just going to be honest. No one was buying it anyway because $4,500 was already a fucking ton of money. It wasn't getting sold that often before I started buying it. So I really don't think there were a lot of people that were just minutes away from spending $4,500 on a box of Lord of the Rings Special Edition collector's boxes that were just distraught that all of a sudden I started buying them. And then, like, the price ballooned like this, which, again, I didn't think would happen. I thought me buying it wouldn't matter because then more people would just put up their boxes for sale. I assumed that there were still a lot of boxes out there, and that because they were hard to sell traditionally, they just didn't even bother putting up here now because they were so expensive. I didn't expect this. But the point is, I don't think there were a ton of people that all of a sudden missed the opportunity to buy them. I'm sure there were people that were buying them occasionally for investments because they were steadily going up even before I started purchasing them. But outside of like the people that were buying them to fucking squat on them for the next 5 to 10 years as it continued to go up, I don't think there were a lot of people looking to like buy and actively opening them. I really don't. Because the truth of the matter is, it's not worth this price. It's not. Even $4,500, $3,500, it's not worth that price. There's nothing you can pull in the set that even comes close to reaching that value unless you hit a serialized card, which your odds of doing are extremely fucking low. And I knew that going into this. It was just supposed to be fun content with like a exciting goal to try and strive for with a serialized hit, but the odds of me ever actually hitting that are astronomical. Like, it's just very unlikely to happen. So I don't think there were any reason to be spending this kind of money on these boxes in the first place. It should have never even been worth that in terms of like the pulls you can get from it. The reason why it's reached these crazy levels is because of the scarcity, which I didn't know going into it that it was this scarce. Now, after seeing everything I've seen and what I know now about like the supply that's still out there, like in personal collections, there are some individuals that have multiple cases. Not just Rudy from Alpha Investments, who I know everyone is aware of, has like hundreds of boxes. There are other individuals that I know of that have cases too, but there's not a ton of product. So based on all of that, I imagine like the natural price, had not all this hysteria happened around it, would probably float around like $6,500, maybe $7,500 on the highest end. That would be where they'd be at normally, you know, as it continued to progress organically. But because this shit just unfolded, now everything's completely changed. Lowest you can find is $12K, which it's ludicrous. It's ridiculous. And I'm not paying that. Like, as I've said, I am not paying that. And then people were upset at me for saying that. Like, oh, so you'll pay $4,500, even up to $6,500, but 12K is where you draw the line? Okay. Out of touch much? Like, what are you talking about? The cards aren't worth $3,500. They're not worth $4,500. They're not worth $6,500, and they're certainly not worth $12,000. I do it because I love doing it, and I am addicted to the old shiny cardboard crack. I enjoy it. I think the content's fun. I think it's great videos, but I'm not going to be completely busting and draining my balls getting my hands on each and every one of them and sucking cock behind a Walmart for a special edition box. Like, it's not that serious to me. So yeah, I'll pay like a lot of money for these boxes because I think the content's great and I really enjoy doing it. And even if I wasn't making videos, I would still be ripping boxes. But I'm not going to go crazy with it with these prices. I'm just not. There is a huge difference between 4,500 and 12,000. There's a huge difference between 6,500 and 12,000. It's fucking double, almost. Like, it's just crazy. So yeah, I made that video on Skill Check earlier, drawing the line in the sand. I'm not doing this shit anymore. I'm tapping out. I am fucking leaving. I'm not going to be playing in this cesspool here after receiving emails from people that had just purchased the box for like 7, 8, 9K, trying to then flip it to me for 12K for that quick profit is just so degenerate and disgusting. So yeah, I'm not doing that. Of course, I'd obviously love to open more of these boxes, but I have no problem just not doing it either. Maybe in the future when things settle down, if the prices go back to like a different level that's not fucking outrageously absurd, then yeah, maybe I could see myself getting a couple more. But at this moment, probably not doing any other openings of this set. And it's made me rethink how I even do openings going forward. Because now that I know this is something that can happen, it's something I want to do everything I can to prevent from happening. So I'm thinking probably what I'll do is I'll finish opening all of the cards I have in my collection from 2 years ago, and then not return to any kind of older sets to do openings. As much as I love opening older sets, it's actually my favorite stuff to open. I probably will refrain from doing so that way I don't have any kind of effect at all on the market. For more modern sets, if there's any that I have a big interest in, maybe I'll rip a bunch of those because they'll be like readily available and hopefully won't have any effect on it. I don't really know the best way of doing it, but I want to keep opening these boxes because I love doing it. And I've done it since 2016. It's something I've done off and on for many years now. I have a lot of fun doing it, and I play the card games. Like Magic the Gathering, I actively play it. That whole fucking channel is basically dedicated to it. Pokemon, I play the Pokemon TCG. Yu-Gi-Oh! I play the fuck out of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Like, I love opening these cards. It's a lot of fun for me, so I want to keep doing it, but I don't want it to lead to this kind of fucking garbage here. I really don't. So I'll be thinking on best practices when it comes to opening going forward and figure it out from there. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this. That's it. Yep. There's a lot I want to talk about here after seeing what happened at TwitchCon last night with Emiru being assaulted by a rogue lunatic fan who just walked completely unimpeded past the line at her meet and greet and unconsensually hugged her and looked like tried to kiss her, which is textbook assault. And it's very scary that it was able to happen so easily here. He was shoved off by a security guard, but then he just walked away.
Whoa. That's crazy. Holy shit, what the fuck was that? What
The full clip goes on for about a minute and a half longer, but you've now seen the entire security presence here for the Emiru meet and greet. One person. One security guard. I have seen a stronger security presence at my dilapidated local Winn-Dixie. This is fucking crazy. One guy. And also worth mentioning, it's not Emiru's preferred bodyguard from what I understand.
I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon and he like asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him and the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't like hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like permabanned from the venue forever. But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just like held him while they waited for like the police to come. And,
what the fuck?
And it was like my favorite security guard. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore.
Now, as I was rendering this video, Emiru posted an update to everything to shed light on everything that happened. And this bodyguard you see push that guy is someone she hired. It's not her first round draft pick or anything. It is not her preferred bodyguard, but it's who she was allowed to bring. And she was surrounded is a word I'm using, very loosey-goosey. There was like a couple of other Twitch-provided Fiverr security drones elsewhere that just didn't react at all. The only one who did something was the one she hired. We're going to be going through her statement quite a bit here, but she's giving an update to let people know that she's okay and thankful for the outpouring of support. The guy had crossed multiple barriers, even in front of other creators, to grab and try and kiss her, which he was unsuccessful at doing, thanks to being pushed off. She then says that she doesn't understand how he was allowed to get that far in the first place, and that the security that does react is her own, confirming that it's not her usual security guard since he was banned. She then says that there were 3 to 4 other TwitchCon security who didn't react and even let him walk away, which, again, is something you can confirm by watching the clip that he just walks away completely unimpeded. The woman who was walking me away is also her own personal manager. It's not even event staff, which I thought it was event staff. Turns out it's not. The only 2 people who were checking on her and comforting her were her and her friend. Not even Twitch staff was coming to check on her. There's more in her statement we're going to get to in a moment, but I want to go in chunks here. So, I thought it was 1 security guard and then a couple of event staff that you could see in the clip. Turns out it's 1 security guard she brought, and then no event staff. It's just her manager and her friend. So where the fuck is TwitchCon security or staff at all here? They just let this guy walk up to her and did nothing, and even just let him get away after assaulting her too. Again, I still cannot even believe they banned the security guard that she wanted to bring and had brought in the past that did successfully prevent a potential threat from harming her. It's so fucked up, and I truly can't understand the thought process behind their decision to ban him in the first place. He did his job properly. He held the potential threat until authorities arrived. What else are you supposed to do? That's like the number one thing. You're supposed to stop the threat. And that sounds like exactly what he did here. I think maybe Twitch was concerned that he used excessive force or something because he grabbed him. What? Like, what do they think? He put him into a headlock and then hit him with an atomic power bomb into a fucking tombstone pile driver and then a Frankensteiner on the way out? Like, what do they think happened there? Now, I've read mixed things on who's responsible for that bodyguard being banned, whether it was Twitch or the venue TwitchCon is held at. But regardless of who's responsible for the ban, the fact that he is forbidden from being there because of being good at his job is just unacceptable. This guy walks past this entire line, literally just fucking fee-fi-fo-fums through the whole line here at the meet and greet, and assaults Imiru. Nobody stopped him when he was cutting through the line, and it wasn't until he had already assaulted Imiru that he got pushed off. And then he didn't even get stopped or anything by additional security because there was only that one guy that was there as like a bodyguard. Like, I don't know, I would just kind of expect after a fucking assault just unfolded here, there would be a big response from the TwitchCon security personnel. Like coming over here throwing like a spike strip down or like at least throwing a banana peel down so he slips and falls on it so they can apprehend him. But I didn't see any of that happen. Nothing at all, just fucking crickets. Just tumbleweed rolling through here. Like, he just walked away. Apparently, he did get ID'd, like, after this happened later, because Twitch made a statement, which we'll go through in a minute, and it sounds like they ID'd the guy and everything. But this is a complete failure on Twitch's shoulders here for their event. They banned her preferred bodyguard, whom has previously demonstrated the ability to stop something like this from happening, and instead supplied non-existent TwitchCon security around her meet and greet, and forced her to hire a different bodyguard, one that wasn't nearly as efficient as the one that she typically uses and wanted to have present here to protect her. And just stew on this for a moment, because when you break it down, TwitchCon security literally did nothing. Not only did they not stop the guy before he assaulted Imiru, again, it could have even been a murder or something if he had like a weapon or something. He was not stopped despite plenty of, ample opportunity for them to intervene. Not only did they not stop him, after it happened, they didn't even pursue him. The only one who acted at all, that one security guard, was not a TwitchCon security guard. It was someone Imiru hired, a bodyguard she hired. That was the only person that acted at all. And the only people that checked on Imiru were her team. No one on the TwitchCon event side of things, apparently, according to Imiru. So that means at TwitchCon, the security didn't do anything at all, nor did the event staff do anything to even check on her after this happened. Holy shit. That is inexcusable. I've talked about events and stuff in the past. I've never been to TwitchCon. I have no plans of ever going to TwitchCon or anything even remotely similar to it, and I've always expressed, A, I don't think I'd have fun, and B, I'm always worried about events like that, like legitimate safety concerns. Ever since the Christina Grimmie tragedy, where she was murdered at a meet and greet, I just have a huge hesitation with this kind of thing. Because you never really know who's there and what security looks like. I know prior to TwitchCon, apparently there was a big emphasis on Twitch's side of beefing up their security. I'm not seeing that at all. The proof is not in the pudding here from what I'm seeing. It's extremely concerning that this creep was able to just walk up slowly, mind you. It's not like he like charged the stage or something, you know, with a fucking 4-second 40 where they couldn't respond in time. He slowly, calmly walked past everyone. Security, event staff, no one stopped him at all. Like, shit, I got stopped more often trying to go to a lacrosse party in college. Like, they were more vigilant about stopping people from getting into a fucking party, let alone, like, the actual safety of the guests here at this event. It is just crazy to me because this guy could have had a weapon. He absolutely could have had a weapon. Like, it is just dangerous. It is dangerous, and it's a complete failure on Twitch's part here. Now, like I said, they did make a statement about this. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and event security were on site and responded to the incident. When? In 7 business days? Like, where were they? Because, again, in the longer clip, it's like 2.5 minutes, and he just walks away. Like, you can see him leaving, and I maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anyone stopping him at any point. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. We're coordinating with the impacted creators team, and per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. We have increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note that we are unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. Twitch has zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. Like I said, based on their statement here, it sounds as though they ID'd the guy responsible for this assault here, mentioning that he's been banned on Twitch and from the events remake. Well, he was right there. And this sounds... I mean, this is not really a rumor, that's pretty cut and dry. Yeah. It's not looking good for the future of Halo Studios. I'll be honest, I bought into the hopium that maybe rebranding as Halo Studios, switching engines, and just ground up would be a fresh start and be good. It's looking worse. It's looking much worse. Oh, that makes me so sad. Why would you fall for that? The same people still work there. I don't fucking know, man. One of the things I think really fucked them with Halo Infinite was spending like 8 years developing a $500 million slipspace engine that they couldn't even figure out how to use. So I thought by just switching to an engine that they don't have to constantly like tweak and fucking titty twist on, it would save them a lot of trouble and be able to actually focus on making a good game. By the way, that $500 million slipspace engine now retires with only one game ever being made with it. Fucking awesome investment. Was the engine any good? Maybe they should just release it. I don't think anyone wants to touch it. If the people who fucking made the engine couldn't even use it to develop Halo Infinite where they had to like restart twice or whatever, I don't think anyone's gonna want to take the time to try and learn it themselves. That's because they used contractors, so they didn't have any time to learn it before they left. Oh, wait, is that what happened? I remember the contractor fiasco. I didn't know it was engine related, where they just basically bounced without ever teaching them. I didn't know that. Remember how they said adding Team Slayer was a difficult task and might take some time after release? I don't remember that. I just remember how the multiplayer came out. I actually had like a lot of fun with it for a couple weeks. And then I finished everything the multiplayer had to offer, and then for 2 years after that, it stayed exactly the same with nothing in it. Yeah, it was like 6 maps and nothing else in 3 game modes. They couldn't get Forge out in time. They still never even followed through on the split screen or anything. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's so sad. It's so sad. Didn't Glitchers find a way to do split screen because they couldn't do it? Yeah, eventually the community found a way to brute force it. Yeah, no, it makes me salty. I just... Especially after replaying the good Halos, I just wish it could somehow get back to that former glory. That's all. I just hate to see what's happened to this. Now, I fully recognize there are people out there that are excited about remaking the original trilogy again. I just am not one of them. I really can't fathom why you would be excited about that. They have already remade CE once. They have already done an upgrade to Halo 2 once as well. Why do it again? Like, I don't care that it's a new engine. It's still the same experience. Like, I don't care if it's prettier and whatever. In fact, I prefer the old look of those games. I like the originals. I don't need them remade and then remade again. I would much rather Halo go forward as opposed to just staying in the past for all of these, like, nostalgia trip moments. Like, you remember this? Well, check it out now with ray tracing. Like, I don't give a fuck, man. Just try and make a good Halo again. That's what I really want. And I truly don't understand the decision to remake CE and then not include multiplayer. That is actually like a crazy stupid idea. That is an indefensible notion. I do not get that whatsoever. But again, maybe the multiplayer Halo they're working on will save all of it. I just don't have any confidence in them to. I really don't. This feels like they are completely directionless and just stuck trying to recreate the magic of the past. And not even recreate it, they're not even really trying to do that. They're just trying to once again show you the magic of the past made by people that don't work at the current studio that's showing you it. So like I just think there's so little to be excited about with that direction. And I know I already addressed this on stream. I've seen the cope where people are saying this is to introduce a new generation of Halo to get them excited about it on like PlayStation and everything. Okay, great. Give them the MCC. That is the whole point of the MCC. Why would you waste all this time and money doing this for that? You already have the MCC. Give them that. I don't like it. I do not like the green eggs and ham here. And I really don't like the Gen AI enthusiasm that's reportedly present here at Microsoft and Halo Studios for their upcoming Halo titles. They were already slop before AI was introduced. I can only imagine how much worse it will get with that. Like, again, just when you thought it couldn't get worse, it's looking like it can. If they are truly going all in on Gen AI for Halo games coming up, there is just no hope. So yeah, I've been yapping about this for a bit now, I know. But I just really love this franchise and really hate what's happened to it. And it's not looking like there's any greener pastures coming up or anything like really shining bright in the future with Halo Studios here at the helm. But I guess maybe the multiplayer game might have some potential. I don't know. I can't believe I'm still latching on to hopium here, but I just had to whine about it a little bit more. That's really about it. So yeah.
Okay.
Do they?
Let me get someone to help you out with that.
Someone that knows about this?
Yeah.
He went just left me lonely. He just walked off. He walked off. He ain't gonna help. He ain't sending nobody back here to help me out.
I cut out a lot of her yapping. It's just nails on a chalkboard. She's talking about how like the projectors are too expensive. Why would anyone buy it? It has actually only been about 20 seconds since that guy said he's gonna go find someone else to help her here. And she's already making an issue about it and wrote him off as like just abandoning her. Which, if he did, that's the right call. Because if you send anyone else back here, it's like feeding them to sharks. It's like just letting them get eaten alive by piranhas, except at least the piranhas would be less annoying. Like, that would probably be more painless than having to interact with this lady.
Excuse me, sir. I know you're here to check out. You can't leave. That's your spot, right? No. I'm looking for a projector that I can afford. These are all like $800 and $700.
Yeah.
I bought a projector that was $125, but what's up with those?
Those are cinematic projectors.
Cinematic.
The one you bought was probably a toy.
A toy? Yeah. But you know what? That toy serves me just fine. It spreads on my whole wall.
Sure.
And I am happy with it. He said, sure.
Yeah.
But it's going to foul out. What's that life on that bulb?
Stop asking the guy questions. You just said that the one you have you're very happy with, super satisfied with. What the fuck are you even doing? Yapping to this guy, asking him questions about other projectors that you're not even interested in buying in the first place. This is truly a waste of everyone's time and everyone's patience. It's like, I'd call it rage bait if this wasn't her entire life. This is how she lives. Her happiness is built on top of other people's misery. It's truly pathetic. And this goes on for like another like 2 minutes of her just hounding this guy with questions, making him go over to the projectors and talk about it, and she just talks down to him, and I'm not going to bother even showing you more of it. There's no point. You get the idea on who she is. Just an annoying nuisance. It's so unbelievably infuriating. So yeah, I just had to talk about this loser here today. I saw August the Duck made a video on the Best Buy one, and it sent me down the rabbit hole of looking at all of her other ones, but none of them are quite as grating as the Best Buy adventure. The others are more like the Starbucks one, where it gets into like a shouting match, or she just starts insulting them and they stop like engaging with her eventually. This one, it just never ends. That's about it. See ya. Future. We are really in the thick of it now. I'm 31 years old, and it's got me feeling geriatric. Because I still remember when an interview meant that you had the person and you were asking them questions either face to face or through email or something. You were interacting with the real human being. But that's no longer the case thanks to AI butt fucking everything and everyone. Esquire Singapore published an AI-generated interview with Penguinz0, the actor who plays Zorro in live-action One Piece, because he was too busy to attend in person, and he also wasn't responding to their email questions. So they didn't want to be caught with their dick in their hand, and they still wanted to publish something, so they had AI fart out an interview that wasn't real and didn't involve Penguinz0 in any way, shape, or form, yet had it answering as if it were him, all for the sake of those precious clicks that they didn't want to miss out on. And while they're getting dunked on now, I fully believe, whole hog believe, this will become more normal. I think more journalistic outlets will start doing shit like this. We landed a big fish, huge interview coming up with fucking Marilyn Monroe. We got a spiritual medium on the horn, and we actually got her in the studio. Her ghost is here. Check out this interview. And just have AI like spit some shit out. And they'll do that for just the biggest actors on the planet and try and hope nobody recognizes it and that no one that actually represents them speaks on it. Now, in the case of the Penguinz0 interview here, they did say that it was AI up front, but they tried to portray it as some kind of noble, creative endeavor that they embarked on, which is so fucking disgustingly cringe. And I just have to show this to you. It is painfully pretentious. The whole thing, like everything about it, is absolutely AI. I'm very confident. So Penguinz0 in residence is what they call it. In an unprecedented interview for both parties, we call into the abyss to hear what comes back about the man behind One Piece's Zorro. I like that they're trying to frame it as an unprecedented interview for both parties, an experiment. But in fact, it's actually no parties involved here. They've just slopped out a fanfic. This is no different than someone just writing shit on like a Tumblr account about like a fake interview they had with a celebrity. It's not like Penguinz0 or anyone that represents him engaged in this interview with them. This is complete horse hockey. This is like me saying, Sabrina Carpenter and I exchanged an unprecedented display of affection because I kissed my computer screen with a picture of Sabrina Carpenter up on it. Both parties were really engaged in this emotion. It was fiery, electric even, from both of us. It's so fucking stupid. And you know what else is stupid? Bad hygiene. You can't AI away dog shit hygiene, so fix that right now. Get yourself some better soap. Go to usecheeky.com to get some of the best soap in the universe. Now here's their introduction to the idea here. Sound engulfs us, yet it's not something we notice until it's gone. In fact, the type of noises we tend to ignore are the ones that repeat. A breeze brushing against the leaves, or the drumming beat of our hearts. Soon they blend into the environment, ever present but incognito. In journalism, conversations make the story. By the way, no conversation ever took place here. A question given, an answer returned. A short chuckle, a natural snort, or a telling sigh. And what of a void? How does one relay what was not said? Oh, fucking Shakespearean. ChatGPT really outdoing itself with this one, Esquire Singapore. Penguinz0's resume chimes with what we know of him. And that is the most AI statement. That is literally nothing. What the fuck does that even mean? His resume chimes with what we know of him. No shit. I mean, that's the whole point of a resume. It would be what he has done and what we know. It's like saying, Charles' tax documents buzz with what the IRS knows he owes. It's so silly. It's so fucking dumb. It's unbelievably stupid. And then it goes on to give a little bit of his history. Then they explain why they're doing this. We were stoked to have some FaceTime with Japanese-American actor, but his schedule prevented it. So you didn't have the FaceTime. So we opted for email correspondence. A list of inquiries were sent his way and we waited. The silence continued until it was quickly replaced by a ticking clock as deadlines loomed. See, that's somewhat honest. Hey, we wanted this interview, we didn't hear anything, and we had a deadline, so we made it all up in order to meet the deadline. We had the photo spread, but nothing directly uttered by the 29-year-old. With a driving need for a feature, we had to be inventive, harnessing our creative license. So creative. Hey, Grok, can you generate an interview with Mac and you for my dog shit publication? And then put him in a bikini. Thanks, Grok. We pulled his verbatim from previous interviews and fed them through an AI program to formulate new responses. Are these words we expect from Mac and you? Or are they just replies from an echo chamber of celebrityhood that we want to believe is from him? Profound. Really thought-provoking. And here's what this trash looks like. Esquire Singapore. How important is it to you to draw boundaries in your career? AI McKinyu. Boundaries are important, but I didn't always have them. When you're young, you want to say yes to everything. I had this anxiety that if I stop, I disappear. Well, good news. Now you don't even have to say yes to anything. They'll just do it anyway, thanks to AI. You don't even have to agree to do an interview. They'll just make one up thanks to AI and put words in your mouth. So don't even worry about that anymore. Esquire then tries to dabble in like emotional questions and get emotional responses from the AI here, which is completely fucking useless. And it's always these like cliche platitudes. So like, how do you deal with disillusionment over the years? I go home, spend time with family. May sound boring, but I give my best when I'm working. So those moments help me. Disillusionment happens when you lose sight of why you started. Doing the simple things remind me that this is a job I chose and I love. It puts the hard parts in perspective. But the next one's a real doozy. Any advice on how to deal with pressure and expectations? I separate pressure from weight. Pressure is external, like people's expectations. That I can't control, but the weight of my family legacy. The goal isn't to match my father, it's to make him proud, and maybe inspire someone else to do the same. Pressure can crush you, but weight can ground you. That section is especially tasteless, and it's one a lot of people are pointing to show just how disgusting this whole thing is. So, McKinyu's father was Sonny Chiba, and he passed away. He was a legendary actor. And now, in the Esquire Singapore interview, they are shamelessly having AI start talking about his father and the family legacy, and it's really gross because you have AI McKinyu here that Esquire Singapore is put on for the interview that is now talking about his deceased father in this way. The whole interview is fucking silly, but that part is pretty out there. That's pretty degenerate shit right there. There is just no defending this. Even if you don't find it as dystopian as you should, what value is there in pretending that this is an interview with a large actor here when it's not? It's an AI-generated script of a fucking fantasy interview with this actor. It provides nothing. It's not real. It's all make-believe and based off of AI's interpretation of like previous answers he's given in other interviews, and they just Frankenstein this monster together. It is worthless. And like I said, I'm pretty confident this will become more commonplace as more publications have these deadlines where they're supposed to get interviews and, you know, exclusive access and stuff. They might get desperate and start just doing this for the sake of clicks or meeting those deadlines. It really is something that I think is going to be more often seen than not. Right now, this is the first one, but I think it's the first of many to come. Hopefully I'm wrong, though. I just don't think I am. This is going to save them a lot of money because then you don't even have to book any interviews or anything. You also don't even have to pay to get like a production set up to actually interview them. You could AI generate the video interviewing them too, and it'd be extremely cheap. And all of these publications, all of these companies only care about saving money and getting clicks, and this would still accomplish those goals. So I just see a lot of this in the future. This shit sucks. I had to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. Good news and bad news. Let's start with the good. We'll feed you the dessert before we give you the vegetables. A prankster whose content revolves around terrorizing and harassing strangers in public is facing jail time in France. The bad news: it's only 6 months. His name is Elon Magnaron, or online known as Amine Mojito, or Amin Mojito, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. But his pranks were some of the classics that I'm sure we all grew up with and still giggle at, like we're getting tickled in our tummy. Like going to random strangers in public and jabbing them with an empty syringe and then running away, leaving them with the trauma that they may have just now been injected with either a drug or some kind of disease. Get pranked, nerd, right?
Elle nous avait menti. Hein. Ça va pas?
This is his peanut butter and jelly prank right here, the feel-good one. He's done this a lot from what I can tell. I've seen tons of clips and videos of him just going up to people with that syringe and just, giving them the old stab on the street there, leaving them to just panic, wondering if their life is now just drastically changed from some fucking unhinged lunatic now. Now, from what I can tell, the syringe is capped. So he's not actually, penetrating the skin or anything with it. But the victims don't know that. All they feel is that hit against their skin, and then this guy with a syringe. Obviously, you are now going to start worrying in a big way.
Mais, depuis le mois d'octobre, le chien vert. Casse-toi.
Ah! What are you doing?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
Apparently these videos had caused a huge stir in the country, and the Paris criminal court handed him a 12-month prison sentence with 6 to be served behind bars in the slammer, and the remainder suspended over charges linked to harassment, threats, and prior offenses. Yeah, so I don't think 6 months is nearly long enough for something like this. This is unbelievably degenerate. This is just downright evil. Imagine, you're just hanging out in public, sitting on a bench, maybe on a phone call, waiting for the bus, whatever, and then some fucking douchebag here, who himself has been injected with cringe clearly, comes up and hits you with a syringe, leaving you to wonder, what was that even about? And then, let's say he does try and clarify, it's just a prank, it's just a prank. Well, how do you trust that? How do you know it's just a prank? You have no way of fucking knowing if he is now just lying, and he really did just inject you with something, a drug, a disease, whatever. That's extremely scary. If that shit happened to me, I would be living at a doctor's office for a year. I'd be like a lab rat being tested every single day just to try and ensure for my own mental well-being that I didn't just get injected with the fucking T-virus or something from this guy. And I just don't think the courts went hard enough on him. They argued that his actions amounted to harassment, even describing him as a public menace. He also apparently already had a history of legal trouble, including prior accusations of assault and harassment. No! I'll eat my left shoe. I can't believe it. I haven't been this surprised since I learned Batman was Bruce Wayne. You're telling me the guy who thinks it's okay to walk around and stab people with a syringe on the street is someone who also has already had run-ins with previous accusations of assault and harassment? That doesn't make any sense. This guy, the prankster, the jokester, the turbo prank guy? No, that can't be. But at the end of the day, maybe this is all just a big misunderstanding, because according to him, the videos were just meant to entertain and make people laugh, which is so clear because everyone was having a big hoot and a holler after thinking they just got stabbed with a syringe in public. Everyone was giggling. He admitted in court, though, that he now regrets the content and underestimated the fear it caused. Victims testified to feeling genuine panic at the thought of being attacked with a needle, especially in an era where health concerns remain high. At the bar, he acknowledged that he himself would have feared if someone approached him with a syringe. I also find the audience for this kind of content, the fucking goobers who laugh at it, encourage it, and just find entertainment in it, are almost as pathetic as the pranksters themselves. Like, I truly think this kind of content could be like a clinical diagnostic tool for mental disorders, because if you like this kind of shit, there's something wrong with your brain. Like, you are actually just a full-blown fucking loser. Legal experts say the ruling highlights growing concerns over the limits of online prank culture and the responsibilities influencers must bear when creating viral content. Mojido's case has reignited debate in France about where free expression ends and public safety begins. How is there even a debate there? How, in any way, shape, or form, does this fall under free expression? He is going around harassing and assaulting people, making them believe that they have just been injected by a mysterious substance in a syringe from some fucking weirdo. In what way is that free expression? Are you allowed to just go up to someone in France and just punch them in the face? Or what about just some fucking whack job on the subway jerking off and, like, ejaculating onto a stranger? Is that free expression too? Like, this isn't a free expression argument. Even though he didn't actually have the syringe filled with a disease or a drug or anything and wasn't, like, actually penetrating the skin or anything, it doesn't matter. The threat of it was still there, and he still did enact it on strangers. So, what if it was a gun? What if he had a gun, was pointing it in people's faces, saying, "I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you"? It's just a prank, it's just a prank. Is that free expression as well? I just don't know how this can even be, like, an argument that's being had in France. Maybe it's just a prank, bro, is like an actual really sound strategy, which apparently employs free expression into it in some way. If you just say it's just a prank, bro, you get off very light with anything, maybe, which is crazy to me. Like I said, I don't think 6 months is nearly enough for this. And from what I was reading, apparently there's even been, like, scares in France at, like, festivals where people were, like, worried or had expressed run-ins where someone was, like, injecting people, like, with needles, apparently with, like, drugs or something. I don't know if that was ever confirmed or not, but, like, that fear is already there. So this kind of prank preys on that, making it even worse. So it's just so fucking degenerate. I'm glad he's at least going to jail for a little bit, but it's not enough to teach him a lesson or anything like that. Like, I am pretty confident when he gets out, he's gonna go right back to this shit. He's hopping right back on the saddle. This isn't even like a deterrent to other pranksters or anything, because 6 months isn't like a long period of time there. They might deem all the internet attention worth it, because they'll get out and still have that audience that they built up from this trash. So again, while I am happy he is getting some time in the slammer, because even that seems pretty rare, even for the most diabolical of pranks, I just think it needs to be taken more seriously in order to prevent more of this kind of behavior in the future. So anyway, that's really about it. Just more dog shit prankster activity out there. So yeah, are we staring down the pipe of the end times? Are we about to experience an apocalyptic flood a mere 3 or so weeks away, as prophesied by a guy on TikTok? A chosen one, whom the Lord apparently dropped this patch note to with a little sneak peek, giving him a warning, and then also issuing him the noble task of building arcs to save as many as possible. On the surface, it might sound silly that a lot of people are genuinely questioning if this prophecy is going to come true, much like the last Doomsday TikTok prediction. But when you really dive into the meat and potatoes of it and get into the weeds, it's even sillier that anyone, even a single person, would for some reason believe this. It is always just a source, trust me bro type moment. A guy on TikTok claims he received a vision from God, and he draws a big distinction that this is not a prophecy per se, just a vision of the end. That on December 25th, the world would, start flooding, wiping us all out, and that he is now, going the route of Noah, needing to build arcs to save people. And that's exactly what he's been doing. His math, I think, is a little off when it comes to his estimations on how many people they can hold. I've seen a bunch of big numbers tossed around, and based on the video footage he's provided of the boats he's building, I don't think the numbers he's proposing would ever work unless everyone gets hit by a fucking shrink ray or something. Like, it'd be real tough to start making those numbers work that he's tossing around all loosey-goosey. But as for if the world's going to be flooding in 3 weeks, I'm not exactly sold on that. I live my life by a simple rule. There are two kinds of men on this planet. Men that have tried to suck their own dicks, and liars. I don't exactly know where this guy fits into that yet. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see on December 25th if the world starts flooding. And if it does, Jiminy Christmas, I'm gonna feel like a real fool for not believing him and booking a ticket for one of the arcs. I just learned about this on stream a little bit ago, but then dove in and did my own homework on it, perusing TikTok, the experts. And there are quite a few videos with millions of views talking about this and showing like some level of genuine concern. Some of them are just trolling, but there are people that actually think this one's got some real oomph to it because he did build some boats. He did build some arcs. Gotta tell you, sports fans, even if the world doesn't flood in 3 or so weeks, this guy is still going to be set like a sailor here with all these boats he's got at his disposal now. Man, fucking, maybe it wasn't the Lord who gave him that task. Maybe Davy Jones came to him in a dream to build some boats, and dag nabbit, it did work. He's got quite an impressive collection of boats now that he is building. Did he talk about the guy who's creating the Noah's Ark and said December 24th the world is going to be flooded? Another doomsday prophecy? No, what's his name? I'll check it out. Yeah, he said the events of the Bible would reenact themselves on the 25th of December onward. Who? You keep saying he. Who is it? Noah? Did he himself come back? He respawn? Like, who is it? Ken Ham. Are you sure it's Ken Ham? Because this is old. This is a guy who built the Ark Encounter, where he made like a torable Noah's Ark. There's no... People keep reciting the goddamn prophecy without saying who prophesized it. What good is that? Who is it that built the Ark and is saying the world is flooding in 3 weeks? I want to look it up. I gotta get prepared if he's right. The guy's name is literally Noah. I'm just gonna try and type like a fucking caveman here. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Is this it? Ebo Noah? Oh my god, wait, that my search actually did work. I typed that in like an actual Neanderthal. I typed in, he said world flood December 24th built Ark. And it worked. Is this it? Ebo Noah sends warning to people ahead of the December 25th flood that he said God revealed to him on flooding the earth and to make an arch to accommodate every living creature on earth in pairs just like Noah did in the Bible. It looks pretty cool. Is that big enough for every living creature on earth in pairs? Like that? I don't know, it seems like maybe 2 stories high. You need like the PIM particles to shrink them in order to make that work. Can I see a video of it? Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us introduce the man, the myth, and the carpenter of the century, Ebo Noah, just Ghana's very own Noah II. According to him, a massive flood is coming on the 25th of December, and he's not just talking, the man has already constructed 8 arcs.
He made 8? Wait, that's very impressive. Holy. I'm not exactly sold on the prophecy here. I don't know if he's necessarily Baba Vanga level, but his carpentry, it's pretty impressive.
250,000 pounds in wood alone. Each ark can take 5,000 people, he said.
5,000 people where?
And carry 600 million people. I have questions for Ebo Noah. How and where is he getting the money to buy the wood for the arks? And then why is he wasting a lot of money knowing perfectly that this isn't true? Well, let's wait for 25th and see what happens.
Man, this guy's got like a whole shipyard here. It's like when Luffy and the gang go to Water 7. Like, holy shit. He actually did build a lot of these bitches, huh? Very cool looking. I can tell you one thing, 5,000 people and every living creature on Earth in pairs ain't fitting on those.
It's for only those who have a covenant with God.
Oh, sword clashing sound effect there.
Okay, I will never insult you. The number is 054-155.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Man's dropping his cell phone number there for a second. I just want to know about the prediction, brother. I'm not here to start no shit. I just want to know where the prediction's coming from is all. I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of wood. I'm gonna tell you, probably not gonna get a whole lot of use out of the arcs. Is this the blueprint? Because it is not that big, I'll tell you that. God literally said he'd never flood the earth again. It's why he made the rainbow. Ah, someone that actually read the Bible. You're right. But he also said no one would ever know when he was going to do it. No man would ever see it coming. I am curious if, this happens all the time now with, doomsday prophecies, and people do believe it. But I wonder in this case how many people actually think the world is flooding in 3 weeks. And if there's a lot of people right now booking flights to Ghana to get on his arks. I'd be very interested to know. I can't imagine it's like a ton of people. But even just a handful would be fascinating. Maybe he's just trying to start a boat business and this is the hook. What a banger marketing scheme that would be. I had this dream about the world flooding, so I built these boats. Didn't flood. But now I'm selling these boats. You too can own your own ark. Why not just get some of the boats that already exist? No, what? Boats that already exist? Those aren't arcs, brother. What are you talking about? No. Seems like it's becoming even more common now for easy TikTok views to just start making doomsday predictions now because people will actually believe it for some reason. But I will say, those boats look pretty cool. Like they seem like high quality vessels. Don't know if they're going to get much of a workout when it comes to like a global flood or anything, but I bet they'd be a lot of fun to take out for a spin regardless. Anyway though, that's really about it. So, yeah. It's the other McNeff that doesn't have a mustache even claims that she was taking cartfuls of items to her car under her coat. How big is her coat? That'd be a fucking massive coat, right? To put an entire cart full of items under it to try and hide it? What is that like a XXXXXXXXL raincoat or something? Like, what the fuck? Is it like that old thing of like 3 kids in a trench coat to buy tickets to a PG-13 movie or some shit? Like, how big of a coat are we talking here to be able to do that? That's a pretty bold claim. And they follow this up by saying that she actually has a history of retail theft. Like, she has a record of, like, stealing. So she is someone that they don't trust, and they are trying to put doubt into their credibility in the first place here. So it's something that CoffeeZilla explores with the Gormans directly about that. And she does confirm, yeah, that happened in 1999, when she was 19 and pregnant, according to her. And the big thing here is that she allegedly told them about that, which is something McNeff claims they had no clue about.
Kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like, they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue that, and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Now she says that when she told them about it, it was something that happened when she was 18, whereas apparently it actually happened when she was 19. Not that it matters here in the context of this, but it illustrates the contradictions that are being met at every single stage of this investigation in this case overall. From the very beginning, and that's something I've said a lot of what comes out of Bricks and Minifigs has so many contradictions that are easily accessible to just the naked eye, the peepers here. You can just see that a lot of what they have said is contradicted by other evidence out there. And this is just another one of those examples here, because according to Crystal, she let them know, like off rip, that, you know, when she was 18, or I guess 19, she did have this thing on her record here. And after making them aware, they said that was so long ago, which it was fucking 2 decades ago, that it doesn't bother them and that they're, you know, still willing to do business with her. But McNeff is now turning around and saying they had no idea, and if they did know, they would have never done business with her. You know, this huge blemish on her record, she is a scoundrel. Did you know that? Did you know that she has a retail theft charge? Did you know that? We can't trust her. She's a fucking heinous, evil monster. That kind of thing. When apparently, from the very beginning, according to her, she let them know about that. Also, I would think as a big corporation, keep in mind, Bricks and Minifigs, we have to remember, is a huge corporation. They have a team of lawyers. I would imagine they do a vetting process for people that they go into business with, because I imagine they would want to know if a new franchisee is like a felon who has a history of stealing and shit like that. So there's no doubt in my mind that before they even approved her as a franchisee, they would have seen this on her record, this retail theft charge. And they still did business with her. Like, I just find it hard to believe that they wouldn't have known about that, because I have to imagine there is a thorough process that goes into being a franchisee owner with Bricks and Minifigs. It's a huge corporation. That's kind of standard procedure, like background checks. That would come up. I feel like it's very unlikely that Bricks and Minifigs had no idea about that before starting to do business with her. And if they really had no idea about it, that just goes to show you that they're not really a very well-managed company if they're neglecting like one of the most standard steps in business, which is just doing a background check.
After a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right?
This is where it gets really juicy. And now we do get like hard picture proof. And CoffeeZilla also recognizes the effect this has on the others here, the new franchisees that came in. This is the most important component so far in the video about the location of these sets, and also who is being truthful, who is actually providing real evidence to confirm their account of things and disproving the other. That is a very crucial thing to finally have definitive light shined on.
You'd agree.
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked Bricks and Minifigs, but it's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th. We haven't this is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves looked like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less. So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
So starting with the McNeff side of things here, they have these videos from Brandon where he was recording the inside of that location. And in the first video that CoffeeZilla is getting walked through with the McNeffs, it does seem like the shelves are far more full. He does say that it's not like a well-stocked Bricks and Minifigs, it's a little below average, but it's very clearly more full than that video from November 14th, which is the big day. The shelves are noticeably emptier on that day in that video.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now,
yeah, that is an explanation that makes a lot of sense. Break-ins happen all the time. Like, look at card shops in particular. There's a break-in every hour. at a card shop somewhere. Right now, there's someone probably getting their glass broken in and all their Pokemon cards stolen right out of the fucking display. So they have had a problem with break-ins in the past, so it makes sense that they have it on display during the day when there's people there, and then they take it down at night to put in the safes, so that way thieves can't just see these valuable Legos sitting out there and decide to just throw a brick through the window. But when you have these two videos, it's very easy to spin a narrative that also makes sense. Look, these shelves were full on this day, but on the most important day, the November 14th date, they are noticeably emptier. That must mean foul play. That must indicate that they are stealing these sets. That's the insinuation they're making with those videos. And yeah, you could make that argument, but when you actually hear from the franchisee owners here, the Gormans, their explanation makes sense on why those shelves would be emptier.
My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
Oh, sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
A bookshelf, bro. Be real. We're looking at it. What bookshelf has hinges on the left side of it, presumably to close? Not any bookshelves I'm aware of. Maybe it's not, the craziest most high quality safe, with the giant fucking wheel on it like the vault door you'd find at a bank. But that does definitely appear to be a safe that those Legos are in there in Crystal's pictures. So anyway, McNeff is now saying, and even sent a sheet to CoffeeZilla about what was left in the store from the collection, valued at around like $5,000 to $10,000. And while going through pictures, CoffeeZilla starts showing some of Crystal's pictures as well.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure, that's cool.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240.
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
3. I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
You already tried pissing on my head and calling it rain when you looked at a safe and said it looked like a bookshelf. So it's hard to extend the courtesy that this is like an honest mistake about these sets that are in Crystal's photographs not appearing in their records of the inventory there. Like, I can't say for sure if it's by design, like they're omitted on purpose, maliciously or not, but it is hard to extend any level of benefit of the doubt here. They should be there. And the fact they're not is alarming, and it's something Bricks and Minifigs should take seriously. He kind of like brushes past it a little bit, glosses over it, and like, okay, well, maybe this. But like, that shouldn't be the response. Like, it should be something that you want to immediately look into a bit more on how this could even happen, this mistake, if it is a mistake.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't
Good news for Scream fans, there's a new movie out. Bad news for anyone who likes good movies, it's not a good one. It's here though. Scream 7. The disgust you felt watching me do that is about how disgusted you'll be wasting your time and money watching this film. Most people don't like this movie. Most of the reviews aren't overly positive. I just watched it. I am also in that camp now. I didn't find a whole lot to like about it. We're just going to dive right in, get into the weeds. So here's your spoiler warning. The best part of this film is the first 15 minutes. The scene that you see plastered all in the trailers, that is by far the best content in the film. It's the intro, where you have two people in a house, and it's, the house, and guess what? Ghostface is there and he kills them. And it's actually pretty tense. It's also pretty charming. You actually care more about those two characters in that house than any of the other characters that you spend the rest of the movie with. They did a better job making you care about those two, connect with them, and actually root for them than any of the other characters you see from that point forward. Every character that you meet outside of the core characters of Sydney and Gale, and here's your big spoiler, but I'm sure most of you have probably already seen this because it got leaked before the film came out. Stu, played by Matthew Lillard, also makes an appearance in this movie. Outside of these three characters, everyone else that you meet is the biggest throwaway nothing burger of just generic writing ever that just ticks off boxes of buzzwords without ever exploring anything about these characters, and you get actually nothing. They are just meat balloons waiting to be popped by the ghost face killer. That's it. Even Sydney's daughter, Tatum, the relationship between Sydney and Tatum is hardly explored. Now Sydney's an overprotective parent. Tatum kind of resents her for that, and now she's kind of rebellious. But they never actually even really talk or connect through a shared experience until the very end, kind of. It's just all of a sudden, Mom, this is really fucked up stuff you've been through, and now that I've been subjected to it, man, I really get why you were so protective all these years. It's oh, okay. Glad that resolved. But there's never anything built up with any of these characters or their relationships to one another. And every character that is introduced in this film, every new character, I shit you not, is here solely to be killed. You get nothing of substance with them. They get killed, and some of the kills are actually pretty decent. Especially in the tavern, there's a couple moments in there that was oh, that was a really silly kill, but self-aware silly. But the character that dies, you probably don't even remember the fucking name of. They are the most... they have one character trait. For example, Lucas is the creepy guy. He's obsessed with horror films and the story of Sidney Prescott, so could he be Ghostface? Or is he just a obsessed weirdo guy? And then they also introduce two new characters that are working with Gale, and they're reporters, and they're into true crime and stuff, so they're investigating all of this. And they're doing it could be Tatum's boyfriend. Or it could be creepy guy, but creepy guy maybe a little too obvious. Creepy guy loves this a little too much. Maybe creepy guy could be Ghostface. That kind of thing where it's supposed to be self-aware, but it's very clearly written by a 60-year-old man who clearly has no idea how people actually talk, so it's just really embarrassing and cringe to listen to. But anyway, every character that gets introduced has one personality trait, and it is all they do, and that's it. You get nothing else. They hardly interact with each other, and when they do, it's very stiff and very bland, and then they die. And like I said, some of the kills are interesting, but that's all they do is just die. So this whole film is just, here's a kill in a sequence that isn't really intense. The sequences aren't that intense outside of the first 15 minutes. That ends with a kill that may be satisfying, or maybe it's just they got stabbed and died. There's a couple of those. But Ghostface racks up quite a kill count here. The KD ratio went ballistic, and yet not a single kill felt like it mattered at all. Because also, the main characters, like Tatum, forget about all of her friends. All of her friends die. They are brutally murdered. And she actually even witnessed her boyfriend getting stabbed to death. And she basically forgets all about it by the time the credits roll, and even drops a hard one-liner saying, "I'm Sidney fucking Prescott's daughter." It's okay. Wow, this was quite a turnaround. What about all your friends and your boyfriend that has all been murdered? I guess, whatever. We'll wipe her ass with that, I guess. It's just crazy how little they actually tried with any character in this movie at all. And I think it's important to have characters that you actually want to see survive. Otherwise, you're just watching a montage of kills and sequences that aren't exactly amazing most of the time, and nothing else. There's really just nothing of substance here. Anyway, though, I mentioned Matthew Lillard makes a return to this film. Kind of. This movie has some baffling decisions. Like, actually, shockingly dog shit ones. So one of the things is AI. And the way Matthew Lillard reprises his role as Stu is, you know, in the trailer where it says, "Oh, I'm not hiding, Sydney, not this time." Well, in the film, he then follows it up with a FaceTime call, and it's Stu. It's Matthew Lillard as Stu talking to her. So then the question becomes, is someone deep faking this? Or is Stu really alive? So then her and Gail start investigating, and they're starting to piece the puzzle together. They go to an insane asylum because one of the Ghostface killers that they actually were able to kill, Gail hit him with a car, like literally a joke moment where Gail just flattens this fucking guy. They get out and they're like, "Oh, vehicular manslaughter. Didn't expect that today." They just murdered a guy. It was Ghostface, obviously, but they kill this guy, they unmask him, and everyone just goes, "Who the fuck is that?" And it's just some escaped psychotic guy from the loony bin who, I guess, just out of nowhere decided he wanted to kill Sidney Prescott and her family, kill the daughter, kill the husband, kill everyone as Ghostface. So they tie it back to the insane asylum, the ward, and that's when they talked to one of the guys there who was like, "Oh yeah, no, that guy, he was a bad guy, but he was also friends with that guy on your phone you just showed me a picture of. That's John." So now they're like, "Oh my god, Stu's really alive, it's John." But they're also still not entirely convinced. So Tatum, her boyfriend, forgot his name, Ben? It might be Ben. I don't know, it's either Ben or fucking Jerichomo or something, I have no idea. It shows what a good job this movie did of making you actually pay attention to these characters or care about them. But they've said multiple times that this guy, her boyfriend, is really good with technology, so it could be him deep faking Stu, because it's really unlikely Stu's still alive. And then Tatum even discovers that he was deep faking himself as Stu, and he's like, "Wait, no, I can explain, babe. I was just seeing if the technology can do that, if it's even possible." And she beats him with a laptop. Turns out, wasn't him. He really was just seeing if it was AI. He dies in the next scene. Completely worthless. Again, completely worthless. And every single time these characters are together, it's a battle of who can make the dumbest decisions fastest. So all these characters, all of her friends, and even like the investigative reporters that work with Gail, when they are interacting with the group of friends, they all just make the worst decisions and even call out how stupid their decisions are while making them right before dying. And it's like, okay, that doesn't make it better. It's still just annoying to watch. It's so tropey, and at this point, it's just lazy. Like, you know it's lazy, but you don't care. You're just fucking sending it. Like, you're insulting the intelligence of the audience. It doesn't make up for trash. It's crazy how dumb the decisions are. For example, like Tatum, when she's getting ganked by Ghostface and her mom's on the phone, it's like, "You gotta shoot him through the wall. Shoot him now." And she shoots him a bunch and he goes down. Well, she then, like, unblockades the door and goes out to try and finish the job, and then that's when she gets captured. But it's like, why did you bother doing that? You just saw shooting him through the wall worked. If you want to finish him off, just keep shooting him through the wall, I guess. Just dump the mag. You don't have to go out there and put yourself in danger again. And in the theater, the entire auditorium just sighed collectively when she started moving like the furniture away from the door to go out there, because it was just very obvious what was going to happen next. And like decisions like that happen constantly in this movie, constantly. Now anyway, by far the worst moment of this film is the ending. The entire ending, like the last 10-ish minutes or so. Actually, it's closer to 20 because the villain gives an extremely long-winded monologue, because it turns out it was 3 Ghostface killers, and you don't know fucking anything about any of them. They are random people. So, one of them is the guy from the asylum that got hit by the car, and it turns out he was friends with 2 other people in that asylum. A woman and a man. The guy I don't remember the name of, but he was like an employee there, and they befriended each other, and then loved Stab, which plays a crucial role in here, because half of this film is dedicated to just regurgitating everything that happened in previous Scream films, just lore dropping everything that happened. So if you've never seen a Scream film, you probably know scene for scene, bar for bar, what happened in Scream 1, because they do not shut the fuck up about it and just dropping all this nostalgia bait and everything, and even making a mention of, yeah, you know, if I was making a new slasher film, I would be doing a lot of nostalgia baiting. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what this whole film has been. That doesn't make it better. There's still nothing here. Like, they even call it out and still do it. It's so annoying. It's not meta. It's just lazy. Anyway, though, this guy's going through, like, how much they love the, you know, stab, everything that happened with the Prescott story. And then the other friend is Jessica, who's actually Sydney's neighbor, a family friend. And it turns out she had an abusive husband and became obsessed with the story of Sidney Prescott through, like, her book and everything. And eventually worked up the courage to kill her husband, and then resented Sidney because she didn't go to New York and thought she was, like, you know, weak for it. And then she became just crazy and checked herself into an asylum where she met the other two. And they cooked up this plan to basically make Sidney 2.0, or, you know, kill Sidney, that kind of thing. It's a stupid fucking conclusion where they reveal the killers. It was very, very awful. And I also think most people are going to guess that the guy at the insane asylum that they meet, who was like a weirdo briefly, where he talked about John, I think most people will be like, yeah, that guy's probably in on it in some way, because they made that pretty fucking obvious. But I don't think anyone will expect how stupid it is. And it turns out, prior to working at that asylum, he was like a Google engineer or something with AI, which is how he was deep faking Stu's face onto his videos and Jessica's videos that they were interacting with Sydney on. It sucks, man. And also, there's a big point about you have to shoot them in the head. That's what Sydney keeps telling the Tatum, her daughter. Shoot them in the head. Because if you don't, they're like zombies. They always survive. And that happens actually 3 times, I think, of them getting shot everywhere but the head, and then they just disappear and they're still alive. So they act like they are literally zombies. Movie sucks. The movie's just not very good. Like I said, the first 15 minutes, I actually was very surprised that anyone was like shitting on this film, because like, this is a very solid 15 minutes. I'm really enjoying this so far. And then after that, it became very clear the big problem with this movie. All the problems became very clear. And I'm just shocked that this is the film they released, to be honest, because Scream's always been pretty solid. I haven't really watched the Scream movie and been like, damn, that was terrible. Until this one. This one really had me go, damn, that just wasn't very good. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya. When it comes to the topic of aliens, nobody knows ball like I do. Legitimately, my whole life, my father and I have talked about aliens till the cows come home. When I was born, I feel like my first word, if it wasn't mama, would have been Pumapunku, with my father shaking me saying, Pumapunku, son, explain that if not aliens. So believe me when I say there are few people on this planet that are more seasoned in this subject than I am. So of course, when Trump made that post yesterday about declassifying alien information and UAP stuff, I knew 2 things. 1, Epstein files really breathing down his neck, doing all that he can to desperately try and distract from that. And I knew that 2, we probably weren't going to be getting shit. Like, I feel like what's going to be released in regards to aliens is going to be the same shit that's come out already about them, like with the classic footage, like the Tic Tac, stuff like that. I'm not expecting anything really groundbreaking from this, if anything even comes from it at all. Yeah, no, I saw the Trump post about aliens being declassified now after Obama went on a podcast and said they're real, and then somewhat walked it back. The whole thing on the podcast was, he asked, are aliens real? Obama said, they're real, but I haven't seen them. They're not at Area 51. There's not like an underground base unless there's a big conspiracy to hide it from the president. But he said they're real. Then Trump was like, he released classified information. And then an hour or 2 ago, he apparently made a post about, I'm just declassifying everything. Which is a really convenient distraction from all of the Epstein stuff, which is starting to boil over. That's a really good, like, emergency lever to pull. Aliens! I guess we'll see what they actually release. I have a theory that what they're going to do is the same thing they did with the Epstein files until recently, where they just keep repackaging old material as if it's new. My guess is they're going to do another dump of the same files that were released 2 or 3 years ago, with like the Tic Tac and stuff like that. I am of the firm belief that they are not going to release anything of substance. I just don't think so. I don't see it happening. Remember the small alien corpse? Yeah, that was a really fun hoax. That one was really goofy. Look at this goddamn weird alien. He's got like 3 fingers and 36 nipples. He's weird, right? Made out of paper mache. Do you believe in aliens? Oh, I 100% believe they're out there. I am just of the firm belief that they've never been here. I feel like if they ever have been here, we would never know because their technology would be so incredibly advanced. I just don't think we'd be able to even comprehend, nor would we ever even be alerted to their presence. Like, I don't think they drunk drive onto Earth and just spontaneously crash in Roswell, New Mexico. And I don't think they travel around on like a colander and fly around in Colombia. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects. Fucking goober, these are the same things, by the way. They just switched from UFOs to UAPs. And any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America. P.S. Please forget about the Epstein files. Now, much like the Trump phone, there's no guarantee this will actually come out. This could just be more smoke and mirrors and him just giving this lip service to really try and divert attention away from things like the Epstein files or the glyphosate stuff, all of that, and put it instead on, aliens are coming! Aliens are... Everyone, look! Aliens! It's a pretty classic strategy. Listen, you plebeian swine, stop talking about Israel and Iran. Aliens! This is what we should be paying attention to and focused on. Forget everything else. And hopefully most people can see through that. And even if, like me, you do care a lot about aliens and would love new information on it, I think you can and should be able to care about multiple things at once. So hopefully that doesn't immediately make people just forget about everything else, but... who knows, I suppose, at this point. But I guess we'll see. I 1000% believe aliens are out there in the universe, deep in the cosmos, but I don't think at any point in our species' history have they ever paid us a visit. I don't believe they've ever driven past Earth and taken pictures or waved, and I certainly don't think they've ever stopped by Earth for a little vacation. I think those dirty bastards have no way of getting to us the same way we have no way of getting to them. The amount, it is incomprehensible, the technology they would have to have acquired to reach us. It's beyond our level of understanding, so even if they did ever arrive here, I don't even think we'd be able to process their presence, and I really don't think they would have crashed here at any point. I don't think, they fucking torpedoed their space cruiser into some dude's backyard and then, one of those perverts came over there and started molesting his butthole, probing him. I don't see that ever having happened at any point, and I definitely don't think we have any, alien wreckage or anything like that, or extraterrestrial beings that we're keeping on ice or anything. So I don't think, even if they do declassify some files, I don't think it's going to be anything super crazy. But I would love, very, very, very much love to be wrong about that. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's it. See ya. A year ago now, a YouTuber named Megalag dropped a video that was the culmination of an extended investigation that spanned the course of a very long period of time about a company who has worked very closely in the YouTube ecosystem for years, Honey, who was once the YouTube darling sponsor absolutely everywhere, more common than the cold, and never really had a bad reputation, but Megalag, through a very extensive investigation, found some shocking, shady things that not a lot of people knew about. And I don't want to just regurgitate everything from that video. I'm sure you probably have already seen it because it was such a huge deal. Even outside of just the YouTube space, it was a really big thing. because this is a multi-billion-dollar company that was engaging in some really underhanded tactics that really tiptoe on the line for what is and is not legal, many would argue, which is why they've been faced with so many civil lawsuits since. Now, I know one of them was recently dismissed, but from what I can tell, it's not fully dismissed. It's pending an amendment, from what I can tell. But even still, even if that one gets crumpled up and thrown in the wastebasket from fucking way downtown, that's one of many. There's a lot still out there cooked up and being pushed against PayPal Honey. It's like the scene in SpongeBob when the anchovies charge the Krusty Krab. There is so many civil lawsuits here because a ton of people feel like they have been wronged, misled, and even in certain cases scammed by PayPal Honey. Megalag came from the top turnbuckle and delivered a biblical smackdown with a lot of really convincing evidence, and just released his part 2, the follow-up, which goes even deeper and exposes even more, and also starts talking about it from the small businesses that are being affected and a lot of things that are just being outright lied about by PayPal Honey, allegedly here. It's fascinating, and PayPal Honey has cease and desisted Megalag, claiming a bit of horseradish, I would say, trying to silence him because these are really damning things. The evidence is very, very strong. I highly recommend you check out the entire video from Megalag here. Of course, I'll link it in the description. I'm only going to cover a small portion of this because I really think you need to watch the entire thing. I think you need to see how the sausage is made here, but I will cover a couple of core components. But just as a little refresher, if you don't remember some of the things PayPal Honey is accused of, one of the big things outside of, like, obviously consumers not exactly getting what they thought they were out of Honey is the affiliate poaching. So creators that worked with Honey that would have their own special deals to promote to their audience, the audience would then use those codes on the website. But Honey had some protocol that would occasionally perhaps poach that sale and take the commission that was supposed to go to the creator, and they would take the lion's share. There were a lot of cases that Megalag was able to point to, and even in his follow-up video shows even stronger evidence for, of how this actually functions, where it seems to be a core component of Honey itself, where it will overwrite your cookie, it will inject itself, and it is looking to make that commission in a lot of cases. It's very scummy shit. And I know after the first video he dropped, a lot of people's response was, who gives a fuck? The creators can suck my dick, and my heart doesn't break for these businesses. They can go eat dirt. Okay, that's your prerogative. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not going to come in there with the belt and make you change your mind or whatever. That's fine. But in this second part of the video, you can hear from a business how that actually fucks you as a consumer.
A few hours ago, PayPal's lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter and requested Patreon take down my video under a copyright infringement claim. I consider this a direct attack against my fundamental rights as an independent journalist. PayPal has specifically taken issue with the fact that an anonymous source discovered Honey had left their source code exposed within their iOS app, which, if you know where to look, is publicly accessible. This anonymous source found the code and sent it to me. I reviewed the code for security research purposes, which is a protected act, and I only published relevant sections of the code that provide important context to the story, which I consider within the realm of public interest.
I haven't seen the unredacted video here where the source code was, like, more talked about, where he had these video components that showed, I suppose, sections of that when it was relevant. But it seems like it was more so a convenient excuse for PayPal to get the video taken down from his Patreon, and in order to get around that for the YouTube video, he just took the entire section out. Again, I haven't seen with my own peepers here what it looked like in all its glory with the full makeup on, where, you know, the source code section was intact. But just based off of, like, the small bit, apparently it wasn't even that long, it feels like it's a pretty flimsy thing for PayPal to try and, like, strike it down for. I imagine it's more so to, like, hide even further proof for some of the things that you're about to learn about in the rest of the video. I never like when companies do something like this. Of course, there is, like, copyright protections, and in certain cases it makes sense to do so. I can't really see a strong justification for their action here on the cease and desist. it doesn't really pass the smell test for me here, especially considering it seems like he was very reserved with what was displayed from the source code based on how he speaks about it. But again, I can't say for 100% certain. I just find it hard to believe that PayPal Honey was acting in good faith with the cease and desist. That seems like they're trying to hush him up a bit.
Why? Well, you see, besides lying to consumers and stealing from influencers, Honey was also causing serious harm to small businesses. So much so that I believe brands have likely suffered millions of dollars in damages. But that's not all. In this video, you're also going to learn how Honey was collecting and sharing your data, and how they, in my opinion, illegally targeted minors through influencers such as Mr. Beast. Strong accusations, I know, but I have the receipts.
And the receipts are pretty convincing. So those are like the main components of this new video. This is an hour-long video almost. It goes deep here. This shit is deeper than my pussy. It is a very thorough look at all of it. And I know after the first video, people had a lot of questions, and I feel like here he sheds even more light on it through an even deeper analysis of Honey itself and the way in which it functions. It's not just him working alone. He had people help him with like getting a lot of the data so it can be viewed more easily and more accessible. So that way he doesn't have to make any like leaping conclusions or anything. He doesn't have to just like start trying to fill in the blanks off of, just fucking hunch, like intuition. He's able to look at these things much closer in order to draw much stronger, analysis from it. It really is quite the deep dive, and like I said, I don't want to like show just a ton of his video. I would really like you to go watch it yourself, because I think it is eye-opening stuff. I want to focus on just a couple of things here that I know a lot of people debated after the first video about like, well, why should anyone that's not a creator or a fucking business owner care? Who gives a shit? Call the wambulance. I think that one of the business owners that Megalag had in this video giving his piece explains why this is a big deal, why it is bad for not only the small businesses that are not consenting to working with Honey, that are kind of just being forced to without even their knowledge sometimes, why it is bad for them with receipts and email exchange with PayPal Honey directly, why it has been a nightmare for them, and why it is also bad for you. You also get the business end of this penis. Even if you're not a Honey user, if you're watching this be like, well, I don't care, I don't use Honey anyway, well, it still affects you. And it's a very simple reason how and why.
In fact, Made in Cookware CEO Chip perfectly summed up the devastating impact Honey's actions can have on a small business.
When you're in the early stages of building a business, you're in the stage of, will this company even work? Is there product market fit? How do I scale this thing? Can the economics work, right? And so all the things we talked about, these discount codes and the kind of removal of attribution and killing margin, like those really affect the early stages of a company, from everything from where do I put the next dollar in to make sure I can survive, down to you're taking 10, 15, 20% of my sales without me wanting it. And we have digital marketing costs, we have shipping costs, we have all these stacks of costs that not only are getting more inflated over time, like FedEx has been raising their rates over time, warehousing costs have gone up, COGS have gone up, as you know, through inflation for the last 4 or 5 years, right? Like all the cost structures have been going up, and to have someone just stealing and compressing the actual revenue you want, like puts small businesses in a real squeeze. It's just really disappointing, and it doesn't even work, because at the end of the day, like you need to make the numbers work. And if Honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day to make up for that, right? And so it's not only not effective, but it makes it worse for the consumer. It compresses for the small business owner any margin, and it's just like a really awful business model. Like, we've been so mad at them.
That is a great explanation from him. I think that's very valuable insight that paints the whole picture clearly. Even if you're in a fucking Xanax-induced fugue state right now listening to this, I feel like you'd hear that and understand what makes this so bad for everybody. Businesses, consumers, and obviously like the affiliate partners, like the creators. One other thing that was mentioned, but I didn't put it here in this space, is how brands, like, when they find out about Honey poaching the affiliate commissions, it makes it hard for them to know where to attribute commissions. So what'll happen is this confusion where they don't know where a commission goes. So like, let's say they're working with a podcaster or a YouTuber or something, and things get really muddy. It makes it hard for them to know where they're supposed to put that money in the first place. So what ends up happening is they end up pulling out of that market entirely. So now they're not working with your favorite content creator anymore. So they're getting shafted. And they also potentially overspend on the compensation because of how confusing it gets. There was another example given how like a business had spent over $100,000 on like potentially like misattributed commissions from the affiliate marketing as a result of this kind of shit. Like it gets to be a lot. So then they pull out of that market as well. But what's obviously the thing a lot of people are going to care the most about is how it makes the deals worse for you, because as he said, if PayPal Honey is going to be taking 10% of all of their revenue through this, which they can't really do a whole lot about, their hands being tied, well, they're going to have to make up for that loss somehow. And that is raising prices. That's how you make the numbers work again. If you're going to be losing 10%, you're going to have to raise the prices in order to compensate, so that way you're not going like negative, or you're not starting to like tread water, which is what a lot of businesses inevitably have to do. And something like PayPal Honey putting the squeeze on them makes it worse. So that is a huge problem, and that is how it affects you, even if you are not a Honey user yourself. It is a bad deal for everybody involved here, except Honey. But what's a good deal for everybody is the Starforge Christmas sale. It's live now. Click the link in the description if you're looking to upgrade your PC. Best PCs in the universe.
Chip was kind enough to share his email exchanges with Honey from 2020. And you need to see it because holy shit. Hi, I am the CEO of Meeting Cookware. Please remove us from your app. You've scraped a private friends and family code from our checkout and put it on the platform for others to use. We've lost a bunch of revenue. 4 days later, Honey responds with, "Hi Chip, thanks for reaching out. Honey supports over 40,000 stores online, and we always prioritize protecting the Honey experience for users by supporting available stores and displaying available codes. We can absolutely remove the code in question. In order to protect the Honey experience for our users, we typically do not remove codes unless we have a working relationship." I mean, right off the bat, they're basically saying, we won't compromise the experience for our users unless you pay us. Classy. We'd love to discuss how we can work more closely and partner with your brand. Chip replies the same day, "We don't offer affiliate deals to coupon sites. We'd like to be removed from your site and extension completely."
The email showcased just how difficult it is to just be removed from Honey. He is putting in plain English, hey, we're losing revenue because of you guys. Please just take us off of this shit. I'm begging. It's like a fucking telemarketer that's refusing to take you off the call sheet. It's brutal. He reaches out to them because Honey had scraped a private code, which is something that earlier in the video, Megalag shows very strong evidence as like a thing that happens, not super unusual with Honey, which is a code that they didn't want to be public. It shouldn't have been public. A lot of businesses have these kind of private codes for like employees or friends and families, or in some cases, as was mentioned earlier in this video, like veterans or something. And Honey will sometimes get these codes and make them public so people can use them, which really fucks the businesses because those weren't supposed to be public. They were supposed to be for a specific person or a specific purpose. So the CEO we just heard from, this is his exchange with them, reaching out like, hey, this happened to us. We're losing revenue. Get rid of this and please take us off of Honey entirely. We don't want to work with you. And whatever zombie he's talking to over there at Honey is just not letting that shit fly. They're playing hardball, trying their best to keep them shackled to Honey, even though they didn't want Honey to be there in the first place. They were uninvited to this hootenanny, yet now they don't have a choice.
His leak code was added through Honey's user-generated coupon functionality. No surprises there. She completely ignores his request to be removed from the platform, only offering to remove the leaked employee discount. Chip replies the same day, "Our friends and family code was listed on your site. That was an internal code meant for a small group of people that was never published anywhere. Our whole site can't be removed from your app." Honey only responds a week later, confirming they removed the employee discount, but again, completely ignores Chip's request to be removed from Honey. Chip responds immediately, pushing for an answer, but they ignore his email completely. A month later, and Honey leaks another private discount code. "Hi, please remove from your app. That is a private code behind a private employee perk login. This should never be public. I don't understand how you feel taking a private employee perk and making that public to the world is helping our business. Honey responds confirming they removed the code, but instead of taking responsibility, they try shifting the blame onto Chip, suggesting his employees might be responsible for sharing the code with Honey. But given what we know about their system, I'm willing to bet Honey were responsible for the leak, not Chip's employees. Honey then suggests that Chip creates single-use codes for each and every employee.
Wonderful. Thanks for the unsolicited advice there on how he should run his business with his employees here, knowing full well that Honey does, in cases, take that kind of shit, even if it wasn't the fault of the employee. Allegedly. Like, it's fucking sickening. It's so disgusting. Like, the pompous attitude that comes through on these emails from Honey. This is a business that did not want to be with Honey in the first place. And there was another business that was interviewed in this video about like how he'd never even heard of Honey, but apparently people were getting tons of discounts on his site because of Honey, and he had never even fucking heard of the service before. So Honey, and you're about to hear from Megalag in the video here, Honey seems to just be subjecting these businesses, these small businesses, to their wrath, where they're just giving out, in certain cases, private coupon codes to users, which obviously damages the small business and causes them to lose revenue and causes a huge headache there. And then the only way to get off of it is by partnering with Honey, and basically, once you are partnered with Honey, then you tell them to exclude that kind of stuff, which is something that piggybacks off of a bit of what Megalag talked about in the first video, where, you know, partnered brands, they have like these certain exclusions and stuff. It's a really like awful business model that is bad for literally everyone but Honey. And it's kind of mind-boggling how the only way to get out of it in a small business's position like this is to partner with Honey and say, stop fucking us. No more of these coupons. So they get you. They get you because they fuck you raw a bit, and they slap you around, and then when you go to them for like assistance, they're like, can't really do anything about that unless you were partnered with Honey. You ever thought about that? If you work with us, maybe fork over a couple doubloons, a little bit of those clams, well, maybe then we can work a little something out about these pesky little coupons our millions of users keep finding.
2 months later, and another private code gets leaked. And once again, Chip asks to be completely removed from the platform. And this time, Honey finally addresses the question. We proudly host a consistent shopping experience for all Honey shoppers who rely on our shopping tools. Therefore, we cannot disable Honey for individual stores, and never have. Never have, huh? Well, that's interesting, because it just so happens that Andrew from TrueGrit Texture Supply also shared his email exchange with Honey. And would you believe it? He was dealing with the exact same Honey employee as Chip. And while Honey attempted the same sales pitch with Andrew, they did eventually remove his store from the platform. So yes, it is possible, and yes, they have done it before. Once again, we've caught Honey in yet another calculated and deliberate lie. And make no mistake, it was deliberate because this employee, Kelly, confirmed the removal of Andrew's store just 1 month before assuring Chip that Honey had never removed a store before.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to argue that there. It's the same person, and also they removed that previous business a month prior to this exchange with my cookware. So, it's pretty obvious that she's telling some tall tales here. This is a big old fib. They can remove them from Honey, but it seems like they'd rather not, because they'd rather you partner with them so that way they can get a little more out of it, and then you can finally stop bleeding money through these private coupons that surprisingly just keep getting leaked through Honey. It's so fucked up. Like, it really is like a crazy rabbit hole here.
When merchants discover their codes have leaked and then they want to clamp down on that, they go to these coupon extensions and plea and request to have their codes removed. And 9 times out of 10, the response is join our affiliate program and you'll have more granular control over that. And so I think merchants tend to feel a little bit as though they're being blackmailed or extorted, because you join the affiliate program and then you have to pay that coupon extension company every time somebody uses a code. And you're doing that in order to have them not share your codes.
That beautifully explains just how scummy this model is. where it does appear that these small businesses feel forced to join these programs here with companies like PayPal Honey, because if they don't, well, they might keep having these problems, but by joining that company, they're not exactly all that much better off, because now they're going to have to make those affiliate payments there. So like, it is just a lose-lose for the businesses. Now, I don't want to spend too much time talking about that section here. Again, I think you should watch the whole video. I do want to touch on where he gets into like the Mr. Beast component, which is in the thumbnail, and something that was mentioned at the start of the video about like how he believes that Honey has been strategically targeting minors in certain instances based on who they've partnered with, like Mr. Beast, as well as a couple other examples he gives, and why that might not exactly be completely legal, allegedly, because there is laws about collecting data on minors. And through his investigation, with very, very strong evidence, including some of PayPal Honey's own information that they themselves have talked about, they do collect your data. They do seemingly share your data. Now in the video, there's even a brief clip where someone is talking about the benefits of Honey's data collection. So even though they explicitly advertise they don't do any of that weirdo shit like collecting and sharing your data or anything like that, the truth of it is that they do collect your data. And to their merchants, they even do brag about how much data they have, and they do share that data. Megalag had a lot of very compelling evidence to prove that fact. I feel like it's pretty obvious, given everything that is accessible, that they do indeed collect that. I'll go ahead and show you that brief clip there, and then we'll get into like how the marketing to minors may be a big issue for Honey.
For their partnered merchant. Discussing the benefits of Honey's data for their partnered merchants.
You know, one of the metrics that we assess very frequently for merchants that work with Honey is, cross-store shopping. So, how many other stores is a user visiting as well as the store in question? Are they going to 6 stores? Are they going to 7 stores? Are they going to 10 stores before they make a decision on where to purchase?
And here's another former senior partnerships manager.
So like one of the things we have insight into at Honey, because we're a browser extension and we can see our shoppers and how they shop, is that shoppers love to cross-site comparison shop. We're really kind of following the shopper where they go, and we're with them every step of the way. We have all sorts of tools to make those consumers stickier to those direct-to-consumer brands.
And here's a former PayPal executive discussing how beneficial the data is for their goals.
We've got a full suite of solutions across our consumer platforms that help drive new customers, that help drive loyalty, that help drive conversion, and ultimately sales lift. And we have a lot of analytics and a lot of data, a lot of shopper data, obviously, and that's something that we can unlock on behalf of our partners.
You've got to hand it to Honey. They've truly mastered the art of selling bullshit narratives. To users, they promise privacy, insisting, hey, we never sell or share your data. But to their merchants, they literally bragged about how much of your data they had and how it could be leveraged to provide them with valuable insights into your shopping habits.
I think we can say with a pretty high level of confidence that PayPal Honey does seemingly collect your data and is more than willing to share it. So that whole claim they like to make, and even it was part of some of their marketing about, we don't collect your data and we certainly don't share that data or sell it or anything like that. Looking like that might have been a big load of hooey. Now, as it relates to being potentially a huge issue when it comes to like who they were targeting with some of their advertising, is what I briefly mentioned earlier, where there are laws in place about collecting data on minors. There is a whole host of laws in regards to that subject, and you're about to hear Megalag explain it, but the core issue is, based on some of their ads they were running with some of their partners, as well as who they were partnering with for some of these ads, it does seem like they were directly trying to target Honey to minors, which means they would be collecting data on minors through having this browser extension on there. I want to highlight a hero, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. I'm not using that loosey-goosey as like a meme or a joke. Local Redditor posts Big Chungus under Ubisoft tweet, what a hero. I mean a legitimate, selfless act of bravery that led to lives being saved. It's a story that I feel flew under a lot of people's radars, but I think this kind of selfless heroism needs to be something that's applauded and talked about extensively, because this is rare and it is special. In Oklahoma this week, a principal named Kirk Moore tackled a school shooter and in the process got himself shot.
Heart-stopping video shows a heroic Oklahoma high school principal tackling a Columbine-obsessed ex-student moments after allegedly being shot. 60-year-old Kirk Moore charged at 20-year-old Victor Lee Hawkins, who was armed with 2 loaded semi-automatic pistols, in the lobby of Pauls Valley High School last Tuesday afternoon, a moment that was caught on surveillance footage.
A beautiful tackle from Principal Moore right there, putting it on the numbers, looking like Derek Brooks in his prime. I feel like he was even fishing for a pseudo Goldberg spear there for a moment, and it was extremely effective. So Principal Moore investigated the commotion that he heard, saw the gunman, and instantly sprung into action, putting his life on the line to protect the students. So he charged at him, was able to tackle him to the bench, and then pin his hand until he was eventually able to disarm him. And in the process, he did get shot. But this act of bravery saved who knows how many lives, because this shooter was inspired by Columbine and intending to kill who knows how many people.
Moore, who was the only person injured as Hawkins opened fire inside the school, was hailed for his bravery and preventing a tragedy of a much larger scale. Hawkins allegedly told investigators he didn't like Principal Moore and went to school to kill him. He ordered everyone to get onto the ground before trying to fire at one student in the lobby, court documents reportedly revealed. The crazed gunman's weapon malfunctioned before he aimed his pistol at another student, who begged him not to open fire.
So according to the reports, the deranged gunman came in, ordered the students onto the ground, and attempted to shoot one of them, but the gun malfunctioned. He then cleared the malfunction, and it is at that moment where Principal Moore charged at him and then got shot in the process. Now, he said that he didn't like the principal, he was no fan of Principal Moore and wanted to kill him, but it wasn't just him that he was there to execute. He wasn't there on like an assassination mission just for the principal. What he wanted to do was conduct his own Columbine mass school shooting. He admitted to going to the school with 2 firearms which belonged to his father, and said his intention was to kill students, faculty members, Moore, and himself.
Moore, who has worked in the school district for more than 35 years, rushed to the school lobby to investigate the commotion. Hawkins was seen pointing his weapon at Moore's head and firing a shot, which struck the educator's right leg before he was tackled. The principal shoved the gunman toward a bench before getting on top of him, while the terrified student fled. Moore pinned down Hawkins' right hand, stopping him from firing his pistol before the weapon dropped onto the floor. Another adult male wearing a red shirt and beige pants sprinted into the shot before helping Moore and kicking the gun away.
You can see the gun was pointed directly at Principal Moore's noggin. It is a miracle that it missed and hit his leg instead, because that easily could have just been curtains right then and there. But the heavy balls on Principal Moore could anchor a cruise ship. Holy cannoli. So he charges at him, again, putting his life on the line to protect the students there. Tackles him to that bench, and then he uses like fucking Viltrumite level strength to pin him there. The way he like grabs his skull, I thought he was going to pop it like a scene out of Invincible or something right there. He's got him like fully immobilized there with his grip strength, and then squeezes his arm until he eventually drops the gun.
Hawkins has been charged with shooting with intent to kill and other firearm-related charges, and will appear in court on May 8th. Meanwhile, Moore said he's healthy and recovering after being hospitalized.
In every sense of the word, Principal Moore is a hero. Who knows how many lives he saved that day? And he did so while putting his own life on the line to protect them. That is the most commendable action a human being can take. He exemplified true, selfless bravery in the interest of protecting others. And in the process, he did get shot, and he made a pretty fast recovery. He actually even went to the prom that happened last night, where the students crowned him prom king, appreciative of his willingness to put his life on the line to protect them. It was an extremely wholesome moment, really. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit, and that's really about it. See ya. Roblox is one of the most popular platforms on the planet. And I don't mean just for gaming, I just mean in general. Like, in just normal existence, Roblox's numbers are unfathomable. Kids probably know the name Roblox before they know the name Jesus or Santa Claus. Roblox is more popular with kids than the common cold. Let me just slap you with the cold hard Carfax here with the numbers. Roblox recently just broke the record for most concurrent users on a gaming platform. They hit 47.3 million concurrent users, which absolutely fists Steam's previous record of 41.2 million. And at least 77% of that record comes from only 2 games, Grow a Garden, which has become a fucking Godzilla kaiju level success over the last couple months, where it's been breaking records left and right for concurrent players. It got to 22 million, which is the highest for any single game ever, absolutely biblically smacking down Fortnite's record from its prime. And another game, Steal a Brain Rot, which had 15 million concurrent. These numbers are unfathomable, especially when you consider the fact that more and more people have had their eyes open to the danger of the platform. Over the last couple weeks, Roblox has been getting fucking torched. It has been getting flambéed by the general public because many people have now become aware of just how many predators have been rampant on that platform for years, unchecked. And really, the straw that broke the camel's back was when they banned Schlep. And they made a strong stance against vigilantes who were getting predators arrested from their platform because Roblox was not doing enough on their own. Roblox pulled some galaxy brain chess maneuver and just showed the world its entire asshole, and it was rotten. Roblox has made like a really aggressive, strong, scorched earth stance against the people that are stopping predators on their platform, as opposed to channeling that energy to going after the predators themselves. They seem more upset that people are talking about and doing something on their own about these dangerous, evil individuals on their platform. Yes, over the years, Roblox has, of course, reported dangerous people to authorities, but they've clearly missed some. They've slipped through the cracks. And as such, a lot of children have been victim to some horrible people. You can find so many stories about this happening, and Roblox's lack of action. It's sickening. So the community took it upon themselves to start trying to do something about it because Roblox wasn't listening to them and they clearly weren't doing enough. And instead of like working with the community to try and make it better, Roblox instead attacked all of them and made this like, you know, fucking wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, we will snap away all vigilantes. And then crickets about the pedophiles. It's fucking baffling. So it hasn't been going well for them in the public eye, yet their platform continues to grow, gluttonously consuming every fucking user on the planet. Even though their stock price did plummet after they dropped the fucking meteor on Schlep and made their really passionate stance against people taking matters into their own hands to try and protect children, their stock price has now recovered and is almost back to where it was in a very short period of time. It has rebounded, and it will likely just continue to go up because its users are exploding. So even though parents and like the general population are more aware of the danger on Roblox now than ever, it hasn't actually impacted them overly negatively, other than their reputation being in the shitter, which also doesn't really seem to matter that much because people are just fucking addicted to it like Fent. So they continue to flock to Roblox, even knowing full well the possibility of bad actors being all over the place. You could queue up for a Steal a Brain Rot game, or God forbid, wait in line to meet LeBron Simulator, and then next thing you know, you're waiting in line next to a Meep City veteran who's talking sexual and trying to get you to go to their fucking Telegram or some shit, or talk to him on Discord. It's a huge problem. People are aware of it, but it is still growing. But luckily, there are still people willing to try and get Roblox to do more to keep the platform safe from this scum. There have been a lot of stuff that we've already covered, but the most recent being Law by Mike, who has now joined in this fight against Roblox, where he has announced he is suing them. And he is actively looking to gather more evidence from more victims about all of the traumatic experiences and all the horrible things that they may have gone through on Roblox, to try and get Roblox to do more to moderate that platform to keep the kids safe on it. Because it is a platform mainly used by children. Also, I've mentioned this before, the fucking CEO, Dave Buzuki, I think that guy is a real creep. I think he is such a weirdo. It was pulling teeth trying to get Roblox to acknowledge that 17 plus, that still is a minor. So he is the guy that's pitching Roblox as having like a companion app, or not a companion app, being half gaming and half dating for 17 plus. He wanted a 17 plus dating service to be an addition to Roblox as a gaming platform. And not only that, all of like the adult games on Roblox, like the spicy content adult games, are 17 plus. And they were locked in on that. They planted their fucking feet and refused to budge an inch, no matter how many people were telling them that 17 is still a minor. You shouldn't be able to have adult access given to a 17-year-old. And like a 17 dating app. It's so fucking weird, but they were really like, they planted their feet on that. And it's only recently that they finally said, okay, 18 plus. What? I cannot believe how hard it was. That should be a huge red flag to a lot of people, I would say. But also, I'm going to go a step further. Roblox is mainly a platform for children. I just don't even think it should offer 18 plus services in any capacity, like 18 plus games or a fucking 18 plus dating accessory to it. It's weird. And I know I've already mentioned that, but I really find that so fucking alarming that they would not move on 17 plus. And then when they finally did, they did it like really disappointedly, like, fine, kicking sand, 18 plus then. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about that. I want to briefly show you a couple bits and pieces from Law by Mike's video here about the lawsuit that he's working on building against Roblox. I want to show you a clip here, though, where he's mentioning the moderation, which has been a big thing people have pointed out in regards to Roblox's failures in protecting children.
Roblox is now the go-to social platform for younger audiences. 78 million users log in every day. The platform processes more than 50,000 chat messages every second. Roblox claims its AI and human reviewers scan all of it, text, audio, and images. But here's the problem. The company allegedly employs only about 3,000 moderators. Compare that to TikTok, roughly 3 times Roblox's daily users, but over 13 times the number of moderators on staff. The reason for the lack of moderators is allegedly due to Roblox's focus on growth over safety.
I recommend you check out Law by Mike's full video on this covering it, but this section here I think is something very important to mention, and it's something, again, a lot of people have talked about, including moderators from Roblox and former employees in this department. Roblox seems to have prioritized perpetual growth with safety falling to the back burner as like this afterthought, because they've been able to get away with being very lackluster and hands-off for so many years. Despite tons and tons of victims and tons of horror stories, they've never really had anything that affected them to a degree that would concern them to make them prioritize safety. Contrary to what they say to parents and shit about how safe Roblox is, it's like letting your kids, have daycare in heaven. There's nothing wrong on Roblox. You got our big thumbs up guarantee on that, which is obviously not the case. And you can also see that reflected in the size of their team. As Law by Mike points out, 3,000 moderators for their size is just not enough. He compares it to TikTok, which has significantly more users and significantly more moderators. Like I think everyone recognizes that it's not possible for them to catch every single bad actor and every single bad message that goes through Roblox. The volume is just too high. But what they could do is work more collaboratively with people like Schlepp, people that do actively work to try and make the community safer. Instead of villainizing them, they could instead be, in partnership with them, or at least on friendly terms, and at least listen to them, because the community also wants the game to be safe. So they are working to try and make the game they love safer for the player base. And instead of Roblox coming out and fucking slapping them around for no reason and banning them, it makes no sense why they wouldn't view that as another arm of moderation for them where the community is policing themselves. Their handling of it just makes no sense to me. Like, they don't have enough moderators. I think that should be very clear to everyone, including Roblox, so they need more moderators. But they also have a community that is actively trying to catch bad actors and get them off the platform. And instead of working with them, they are working against them. It's just so fucking backwards, if you ask me.
In fact, 8 current and former trust and safety staff describe ignored requests for more resources, backlogs of incident reports, and even a manager quitting after promised hires never showed up. Some say protective features they suggested, like pop-up warnings, were rejected, and safety settings, like blocking strangers in chat, were switched off by default. Once again, Roblox points to AI moderation as the solution, but employees admit the tech still misses the subtle signs of unsafe behavior, and the gaps aren't small. The filters block words like Snapchat or Discord, but people get around them by using emojis or by tweaking the spelling a little.
To me, that paints a very clear picture that Roblox prioritizes profit over safety of its users. Instead of hiring more human moderators that can pick up on those behaviors, like former employees have mentioned, they instead put all of their eggs into the basket of AI. Not because the tools are more effective and it's better than their human counterparts, but because it's cheaper. 100% AI is significantly cheaper instead of hiring another 5,000 moderators or something. Instead of hiring 5,000 people with a salary and everything that comes with it, the benefits and all that, they instead just need to have AI do it for them. It would save them so much money on their bottom line, which is why it's so enticing to Roblox and many other corporations like it. It is clearly not as effective as a human moderator. Human moderators seem to actually want to improve Roblox. According to these reports, they were suggesting features that were rejected for some reason and a plethora of other issues, but the point is, instead of Roblox listening to the human moderators, it sounds more like they just kind of sidelined them and focused on just AI and beefing it up a little bit, even though it clearly wasn't doing a good enough job. Again, the motivation for that decision is obviously financial because of how much cheaper it is to use AI instead of hiring more human moderators.
Most platforms lean on a law called Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and that law protects websites and apps from being sued over what their users post. That's why Instagram or YouTube don't get dragged into court every time someone uploads something harmful. But the lawsuits against Roblox aren't just about what users post. They're about the company itself. Lawyers argue Roblox designed the platform in risky ways, marketed it as safe, and then ignored clear warning signs. And at least one court has already said Section 230 doesn't cover misrepresentation. So if Roblox tells parents this is safe and it's not, that responsibility falls on Roblox, not the users.
This section was very interesting to me because Roblox, for as long as I can remember, has always touted itself as being at the forefront of innovation and keeping children safe on their platform. Again, it is a platform parents are definitely familiar with because it is a platform very much catered to children. It is mainly a platform for kids. So obviously one of the main concerns of a parent is, well, is it safe? Is there going to be anything bad on there that my kid could be exposed to or something? And Roblox has always stepped forward to assure them that, no, there's nothing bad that can happen on there. It's all perfectly safe. Even though it's very clear and there's evidence of Roblox being aware of so much danger and so much bad shit going on its platform. Not just with the predators on there, but even just a lot of the content on there. He points out a couple of the games like Escape from Diddy and shit like that, but there's more than that. Like the shower simulator games and the virtual, very spicy games on there and shit. All of which have gone unchecked for so long. Very clear that it is not as safe as Roblox claims that it is. And it seems like they know that it's not, but continue to make the claim anyway. Anyway, though, it'll be very interesting to see how it all shakes down in court. Law by Mike announced that he is going to be joining in this and working collaboratively with other lawyers against Roblox, and it launched a website called I Think I Have a Case for anyone that may have an experience like what so many others have unfortunately gone through on Roblox. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit. That's really it. So yeah, suing him for $1.3 million, which is why everything Ammon is saying about it just feels so fraudulent, feels so scummy. He is a snake. He's saying that he just wants to help him and make Brian whole again. We want to give him what he's owed, while actively suing him for $1.3 million. CoffeeZill's right. That's a terrible idea. And again, this should show every customer ever in the LEGO community to not work with Bricks and Minifigs. Because Brian's only crime was getting fucked by their business. Yes, their franchisee, the Gormans, definitely played a huge role with how they handled things and making it so messy in the first place. But when he tried to correct course and try and get what he's owed and going through corporate, Look at what happened. Look at what's happened. Yes, he went to Reckless Bin as well, where things really popped off, but what other avenues did he have? He couldn't fight them legally. There's even record of a Bricks and Minifigs higher up, like someone that's not at the bottom of the food chain, that has a pretty substantial position there, on record, on the phone, even saying that they will just financially bleed them dry, talking to the Gormans. They'll draw it out in court and they'll lose more than they would have ever made should they win. Like, going the legal route for an ordinary citizen like Brian Mansell is an extremely costly and not actually attainable path. So he tried to do everything in his power to just be paid what he's owed. Like, be made whole again. Just try and get this resolved. And look at what's happened to him. Bricks and Minifigs is suing him for $1.3 million. I don't blame him for going to Reckless Bin. You can point the finger at Reckless Bin like the way he handled it was like bad and counterproductive, whatever. But without it, nothing would have changed in Brian's personal situation here. And it's just, I don't know how anyone could possibly defend Bricks and Minifigs' decision to sue him here. $1.3 million? Like, he is a victim of your business. Man, like, this shit is crazy to me. It is a terrible idea, and they refuse to back down on it. This is why I really just don't think anyone should do business with Bricks and Minifigs going forward. They are not good partners to work with. They are not looking out for you, the person that wants to do business with them. This shit is just ridiculous.
Tried it, they were basically met with, like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So,
verification? Documentation? Is that unreasonable, do you think?
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So, I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like, I understand a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It is incredible how Ammon cannot help but put his own dick in his mouth all the time. Constantly. So this is like at the end of CoffeeZilla's video now. He's given his thoughts on this whole thing and his conclusions, and he was taking it to the parties involved here. And when talking with Ammon, Ammon's like, oh, we never even got that. Which is just provably false. CoffeeZilla, to his face, proves that they had access to this spreadsheet that he's claiming they didn't have access to until months later. That is a verifiably false statement, Ammon.
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024. And when I look at it, this is the Mansell list, I believe.
So this would have been created under so we have the
y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea.
Then you're dumb, Ammon. Then you're just stupid. How about that? You're just an idiot. You're a bumbling imbecile. You're a moron. And yet you continue to say, like, oh, they never even provided it. Well, you just don't know then, because you're too stupid to know. Like, what? Ammon actually boggles my mind, bro. It's crazy.
Like, so if this is the first that anybody has shown me that a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, like, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal, and we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things, and understand. I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't know, and you can't, like, we don't know everything, and we don't go, like, looking in every nook and cranny everywhere, like, we just don't know some of those things. So
then you're a bad business. Then you're just a dog shit business. This isn't a good defense, Ammon. Oh, we just don't know. We just, like, actually don't keep track of any of this shit. Yeah, we just, like, actually have no idea. You don't know what you don't know, and you don't know your own business. Man, wake up. Use your head. You shouldn't be in the position you're in then. How about, like, how does that in any way excuse anything of what's happened here. It's a terrible defense, man. Especially when you keep trying to, like, poke holes in other people's stories when you admittedly don't even keep track of your own shit. You don't even know your own things. You don't even know what you even have access to in the first place. So how can you even be approaching things to talk about them or opine on them, Ammon? Like, you're off your gourd. But yeah, anyway, it was a fantastic investigation that I really do think got to the bottom of most of the meat and potatoes here. At the end, the Gormans also mentioned that they recognize that a lot of this falls on their shoulders for potentially, like, bad bookkeeping, and that they're more than willing to, like, take accountability for that and try and make it right, but they need the tickets from Bricks and Minifigs, which they said they would do, that kind of stuff. All in all, just another banger here from CoffeeZilla, and an incredible investigation, and can only hope that Brian Mansell gets made whole here from Bricks and Minifigs, and they actually pay him what he's owed. They need to make things right, and it starts with making him whole and dropping that fucking lawsuit, you actual imbeciles, man. It's crazy. Anyway, though. Amazing work from CoffeeZilla. Please go support him in any way you can. That's really about it. So, yeah. It's crazy to me that there's people out there that think that I'm not familiar with 3i Atlas. You think there's an alien spaceship heading to Earth that I wouldn't know about that would somehow fly under my radar? Come on, be real. Those aliens probably had to contact my dad just to ask his permission to visit us. Of course I'm familiar with the theory that 3i Atlas is an alien spaceship. If you don't know what I'm talking about, 3i Atlas is a comet that is passing by Mars very soon that doesn't really display the typical things you see in a comet. And a scientist, actually a couple different scientists from what I saw, speculated that because it is so anomalous, we have to be open to the possibility that this could be alien tech, and in the event that it is extraterrestrial, we are not prepared. Now, personally, I feel like he should speak only for himself. He's not prepared. Don't rope me in there with you, dork. I've got all kinds of plans and strategies out the wazoo, in case they're three-titted goth alien babes, or in case they're aggressive, hostile species. I've got all kinds of tactics. For example, one's called pants down, ass up, just in case, letting them know I fully submit. Because if these are actually fucking aliens, there is nothing we on this planet can do besides just beg for mercy. Their technology would be so far above our comprehension, we stand no chance. But don't panic. I'm here to tell you, it's just a bunch of hooey. This is such fucking horseradish, man. It's not an alien spaceship. And a lot of other scientists are debunking that narrative because, of course, media is running wild with that about how this is potentially aliens and we have nothing to do, we're vulnerable, we've got to do something, that kind of thing. So it's got people starting to actually believe that it could be. It's not. It's just not. Sorry for blasting you with the cold water of the truth here with the naysaying, farting on all your fun, but it's the truth. There's not a single shred of evidence to suggest this could be an alien spaceship. That whole theory is based off of a single thing. Comet's weird. So we got goofball comet coming by, and they're like, well, I guess it could be alien tech. It is definitely peculiar. This thing is quirky. Maybe it's alien tech. That's it. And this has become so rampant now that this idea that it could be alien spaceships, that you've got the crazies latching onto it here. So they have fully fucking attached to this butthole like a hemorrhoid. And now I'm seeing a ton of shit about like remote viewers who are talking about how this is 100% confirmed alien occupants on 3i Atlas.
CERN, they've used their collider to open up a portal to communicate with extraterrestrial beings.
Well,
and one of them are the occupants from 3i Atlas.
To be clear, CERN already has a room and a technology to open a portal to talk to extraterrestrials.
Yes.
But recently, they also used it to communicate with the beings on 3i Atlas.
That's correct.
Okay, go on.
Well, I'm convinced it used every buzzword you could find. Throw CERN in there and immediately got people hooked. Now it's legitimate. So, remote viewing, for those that don't know, it's ESP, basically. Or if you're familiar with MKUltra, it's something they tried with MKUltra. In a nutshell, you basically have people claim that they have these powers, so they'll close their eyes and imagine things and then say it to you and you go, whoa. With the MKUltra project in particular, they tried to make it a little more scientific, spruce it up a bit, but not by much. That's also where you're seeing like the declassified CIA shit about how they had these, you know, mutants go in there and remote view to Mars, and they found giants building doohickeys and doodads on Mars, and then one of them tapped our remote viewer on the shoulder and blasted him to the Shadow Realm back to Earth 5,000 years in the past or some shit. It's all just bogus. It is the silliest shit that people actually put real stock into. Remote viewing is not a real thing. There is never, in anything I've ever researched on it, a single piece that even makes me even loosely convinced that there could be something to it. It's just fanfic.
So those beings introduce themselves as such, like so we are the occupants of this object, and they did not show up physically. They show up as holograms. Now, they apparently showed up as holograms. They look tall, that's what she said, and they communicated telepathically with every single scientist in the room.
Yeah, but why? When you start asking the why question, this whole fucking narrative falls apart. Why would these aliens even bother responding to a bunch of goobers here astral projecting themselves onto their spacecraft? Why? And how would you even be able to get information from them? They don't speak English unless they're out there with fucking Duolingo studying up on their trip over. Like, they're not going to speak any of our languages here on Earth. So even if it's not English, they're not going to know any of the languages here on Earth and be able to communicate it back to you. And I've seen a little bit of cope about how they, like, transmit feelings. Okay, how, though? You don't know their feelings. They wouldn't know our feelings. There's no way you'd be able to somehow make a bridge and figure out what feelings are being transmitted. It's just so fucking stupid, man. But so many people believe this. Like, I've seen this video kind of popping off right now. And it's just some guy saying, like, yeah, so all of us, we were remote viewing, you know, CERN, of course, with their portals that they're able to open. We were talking to the occupants of 3i Atlas, and they introduced themselves as the occupants of 3i Atlas, by the way. They call themselves Atlassians, naturally, no doubt. And, well, we had such an insightful conversation. We even played a game of chess. One of them even gave me an OTPHJ, and I really appreciated the work that he did on my wiener.
Wow.
And they all got the same message, which is that they are coming in peace, and they're just trying to come over here to gather all the star seeds of this planet.
So when you remote viewed, did you pick up on that intention as well?
Yes and no. I believe that the direct reptilians, will be coming to Earth, but as to know what the exact intent, that I couldn't really say.
They're coming to sap the juice out of our 5G towers. We're flying too close to the sun, so now... he calls them the Draco Reptilians. Now they're coming to take all of our G's. No! But apparently other remote viewers were saying that they're coming in peace to take all the star seeds. If you're on TikTok, you're familiar with that nomenclature. Star seeds are people that believe that they are aliens inhabiting a human vessel at the moment. There's a little more nuance to it than that, of course. There's different degrees of star seeds. There's even like... a totem pole, like an upper echelon of star seeds that inhabit this planet and the bodies on it. It's a whole lot. That's a big old can of worms. Anyway, though, this sounds a lot like Rapture for the star seeds. So we've got, the galactic hall monitors or whatever coming in here saying, we're just here for your star seeds and then we'll leave. So they're going to rapture star seeds and skedaddle? But why, though? Why even bother making the whole trip out here?
Well, this is an extraordinary development.
It is.
You remote viewed 3i Atlas. Did you do that on your own, or were you tasked with this assignment?
I was tasked by the same intelligence people I'm working with to look at the object, because those had concerns. But what I saw as a remote viewer was a mothership with occupants on board, and they were mostly Draco Reptilian occupants.
Okay.
We pulled the mask off the Scooby-Doo villain. These aliens are actually Draco Reptilians. I've been saying it all along. I knew from the get-go, you cannot trust the Draco Reptilians. They're always up to something fishy. They're always scheming, those Draco Reptilians. I also love how the guy he's talking to just takes all of it at face value. He's like, wow, this is an incredible development. I knew it. This is incredible stuff. Wow, Draco Reptilians, that's amazing. Extraordinary. So you saw them? Wow. Yeah, no, I'll just take you at your word. I believe you. It's just so crazy, man. He's just spouting gobbledygook, and people just accept it. For some reason, there are people that actually put stock into this whole remote viewing nonsense.
That's what, I saw as a remote viewer.
And that was corroborated by other remote viewers seeing the same thing.
That's correct. Yes.
The ship and Draco.
That's correct. One of them is John Vivenko, who is also a known remote viewer. And he announced it publicly as well. And other people from the Stargate program as well. So they basically all came up with the same idea.
Well, can't argue with that. That's pretty irrefutable. Other remote viewers confirming what the others are saying. We now have a group of people all saying the same thing. They closed their eyes and saw Draco reptilians. We need to take this more seriously. I think I've been clowning on it a bit too much, but that right there at the end, that sealed the deal. It's Draco reptilians and 3i Atlas heading our way, and we've got to get ready. Now, I'm not overly familiar with Draco reptilians, but I'm gonna go take a nap and remote view, see if I can learn anything in my dreams about them. If I find any of their weaknesses, I'll be sure to share it with all of you, but just start preparing the best you can for the arrival of the Draco reptilians. The remote viewers are trying to warn us. They've already touched base with them on 3i Atlas all the way out there in the cosmos. So, yeah, anyway. Pretty cool shit. That's about it. Yep. Well, well, well. Look what we have here. 8:30 p.m. on January 7th. The sacred date that was prophesied by the Conformity Gate enthusiasts as being the release date for the secret 9th episode of Stranger Things. The real finale. But bad news, sports fans. Still no pickles. Episode 9 is not here. Still seems to be misplaced. Perhaps they're scrambling to get it to us right now, or maybe this whole thing was a load of big fucking baloney. And in fact, if you check the Stranger Things Instagram account, The Real Dirty Dan, they are even seemingly trying to squash it themselves. All episodes are now streaming, like they're all available. There is no episode 9, despite the multiple days of cope, people coming up with crazy evidence to suggest that there's a secret episode, and this is all part of the Duffer Brothers' genius scheme. It's Vecna's final ploy. But now, as the sun sets, reality begins to wash over Conformity Gate like a plague, where they have to come to the hard realization that the Duffer Brothers just kind of fumbled. That's about all she wrote there. Or all she didn't write when it comes to the Duffer Brothers, with all the fucking plot holes here for season 5. And it sucks. You know, it doesn't feel good. It's not like I wanted to say I told you so. Now, of course, I'm not above doing that. I'm 5'6". I'm barely above this desk right now. But, you know, I did tell you so, as did 98% of the people on this planet. But that 2% that really latched on to the titty here of Conformity Gate, it was a sizable movement. Like, thousands and thousands of people. It got big to the point where a lot of people genuinely did buy into it, thinking that there's really a legitimate possibility that there's a secret episode airing tonight. But that's just not in the cards. That was never on the table. Something similar happened with Sherlock, apparently, but I don't remember that. What I will say, though, is that some of the theories were very entertaining, so at the very least, I think some people at least were able to squeeze a little bit more joy and whimsy out of this whole Conformity Gate thing, in lieu of, like, a disappointing finale. And like I said, it's not even the worst finale in the world. It did what is oftentimes the most unforgivable sin, and it was mid. It was just okay at best and left a lot to be desired, which is oftentimes worse than just being outright fucking terrible. So a lot of people were trying to come up with an explanation that isn't just like, it's a little flat. And in doing so, I do think they cooked up some very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. Most of them, though, however, I do think were just really grasping at straws. It's coming out January 7th because if you look at this clock and then close your eyes and then fall asleep and then hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer, you can start to connect the breadcrumbs that the Duffer Brothers have very intentionally, subtly laid for us to find. Oh, it's chef's kiss. It's great. Like, a lot of it had the same energy as people that think they found the winning lottery numbers in their fucking Lucky Charms cereal bowl. So, like, a lot of it wasn't great when it comes to evidence, but some of it I found to be at least compelling to some degree, but there was never any world where they were going to have a secret finale. That is conceptually a terrible idea, to intentionally have your series finale 10 years in the making be not amazing on purpose, so that way you can come back at a later date to surprise everyone with something of higher quality. That's just a fucking terrible idea to tank the reputation for that long and then even go on like a PR press tour getting spanked by every interviewer and every fan ever. Like basically a humiliation tour, only to then come around with a good episode. Like that whole thing just doesn't make sense. So that was never going to happen. And I'm still pretty surprised that this whole conformity gate idea blew up to this level. So look at it in a more positive light, maybe to shine a little like, inspirational message on top of that. It shows what a community that's passionate about a project can do when they come together and set their mind to something. In this case, the idea that there's a secret episode. I think that's pretty cool, and ultimately it is harmless. The worst thing that happened is a lot of people got disappointed all over again because their hopes were up because they had watched so many theories and so many videos about it. And when it didn't happen, maybe they were a bit let down again, but it's not the worst thing in the world because I imagine that journey was probably a really fun one to dive into. So, like I said from the get-go, the whole conformity gate thing is a harmless, movement that was there. Though it is very silly that people genuinely bought into this as something that was going to happen and like really grasping onto the most loose of nipples. Like last night during stream, I had so many people come into my chat telling me how wrong I was on my conformity gate take. Because Vecna was on Jimmy Fallon and he scratched his head when Jimmy Fallon made a statement about Vecna's death, which is clear evidence that it's not over yet, that kind of thing. That was a little annoying in chat, I'll be honest. But again, it's coming from a place of passion, so you can't even really be mad at that or anything. It's just, maybe going forward, just set your expectations that it might be fun to dive into these fan theories, but it's probably not accurate if it like pertains to a secret finale or anything in that regard. That's just not going to happen in any product. It's just not. That being said, though, I think fan theories are sometimes significantly more interesting than the actual lore that the writers come up with. Best example is Darth Jar Jar. I think that is the finest bit of fan theory ever cooked up. Also, Snowpiercer taking place in the Willy Wonka universe. I do love fan theories, and Stranger Things has a very interesting set of fan theories that, unfortunately, were kind of proven wrong throughout season 5. I'm talking outside of Conformity Gate, but I really do like diving into that kind of stuff for products and IPs that I really like. I think it's very interesting, and honestly, I would really like to see writers kind of lean more on that. They can see these fucking fan theories and shit. I would like if that sparked some kind of inspiration in their noodle, well, maybe we use this in some way, or maybe we can flesh this out in some way, and that's a pretty good idea. I think that'd be very cool. I don't see that happen super often, but it would be nice to see maybe occasionally for some of the more high quality fan theories. But now I'm getting off on a side tangent here. Overall, Conformity Gate was a lot of fun to watch from an outside perspective without ever really believing in it. And while it didn't happen, it's not like I'm really celebrating it. I would love if there was a better ending to Stranger Things. It's just, I think it was pretty obvious from jump that wasn't going to happen. This was the series finale. Anyway, though, no need to yap about it any longer. That's about it. So, yeah. A Johnny Cage like in the game. Because every other character in this movie is pretty true to their video game counterpart. So while I do think Carl Urban did a good job with this character, I still think it probably would have just been better to stay more true to Johnny Cage from the games, because I think that would have fit the tone of this movie even better, because it is just constant action. And a large part of it is Johnny Cage trying to, figure out why he was chosen when he's really just kind of an actor, not really a hero. I get that, but that's not even, the actual emotional heartbeat of the film. That falls onto Katana, who I think has more screen time than him anyway. He's still shit-talking, he's still nut punches, which are two things that I think are integral to Johnny Cage's character. Both are intact here and delivered very well. But as far as shit-talking goes, by far the best is Kano. Kano carried the last film. He was the best part of Mortal Kombat 2021. And in Mortal Kombat 2, he returns. They literally bring him back from the dead because, again, it feels like they were listening to the feedback. They heard everyone liked Kano, even if they hated everything else. So they're like, okay, here's more Kano. We're bringing him back from the dead. So they bring him back from the dead, and then he instantly gets brought back into the fold in a big way. He doesn't have, the most screen time or anything, but he is very present throughout the rest of the film once he comes back. And he is fantastic again. So now you have Johnny Cage talking shit, you have Kano talking shit, and they bounce off of each other often, and I think it works. And speaking of what works, I cannot compliment the fighting enough. It is so fun to watch, even at times a bit goofy, but one fight in particular really stood out. It is the Liu Kang vs. Kung Lao fight. That was fucking cinema. It was so good. It felt so in line with the games. It felt like I was watching like an actual goddamn esports match here with someone playing Liu Kang and Kung Lao. It was great. And it was so cool because the hat's going all around the arena, so they have to keep constantly dodging the hat, while also, Liu Kang doesn't really want to kill him, but he knows that he doesn't really have a choice. It is so good, and the fatalities in here are nice and over the top, as you would expect them to be. Just genuinely, they did everything right when it came to its action. But, of course, and I'm sure no one's going to be surprised to learn this, the story and, the actual writing, around the narrative isn't that strong. But you're probably not going to this movie expecting it to be, or even really wanting it to be. And counterpoint, this movie knows it. I feel like they know that the writing is by far, their weakest part. The narrative, because like I said, I think Johnny Cage and Kano writing was strong. But, the narrative, as well as some of the other characters, don't have very strong writing. So, they instead don't even bother putting that, front and center. Instead, it is just always fights, like I said. You go fight, 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 fight. Then they do try and sprinkle some character building moments in there to flesh it out a little bit, and it's fine. It's not great, but, it's fine. It's enough. And then it's right back to fight and fucking and all of that. It's... So, they don't put a whole lot of eggs in the basket of their narrative. Which... If you like Mortal Kombat, you go in as a fan, you're probably going to be pleased that they give you just enough. Tournament starting, it's game time, and also there's this medallion that has given Shao Kahn immortality, so we got to destroy that too. But we've also got to beat ass, eat ass here in the tournament in Life or Death, and it's constant clashing. Which is great, but the narrative is a mess. The narrative isn't good. And it seems like they were aware of that, so they really kind of pumped the brakes on making the narrative a big part of the film. Heavens to Betsy, Cole, the main character of the last film, dies pretty early on, brutally murdered. The whole gang knows it, and he is never mentioned again past the initial, where's Cole? And they go, oh. Then you never hear his name again. Not once. I mean that. Not a single time does Cole's name come up again. And this was the fucking protagonist of the last movie, by the way. Jax as well. Jax dies right in front of Sonya Blade, and she's like, no! And then you never hear his name again. They don't even acknowledge his sacrifice or anything. His name never even pops up. The narrative is a mess. And even outside of that, then you have Jade, who... back and forth, Katana and I are like sisters, but I gotta turn her in, and my loyalties lie with Shao Kahn. And then she decides to, betray Shao Kahn a couple scenes later, but there was never, a huge thing that explains where that change of heart came from. She was pretty set on, Shao Kahn, and then she had, a brief conversation, was like, alright, fuck it, and then it goes and helps the good guys. So, it bounces back and forth. The narrative is pretty sloppy, but, again, it doesn't feel like they were putting a whole lot of focus on it, so it's not overly detrimental to the film, but I do think it's something that sticks out, definitely worth mentioning. Overall, I enjoyed watching this movie. I had a fun time watching it. Like I said, Noob Saibot's here. And I will say, Noob Saibot is very hype. The fight with Scorpion and NetherRealm, great, really good stuff. But then the writing kind of rears its ugly head at the end there when it comes to Noob Saibot. I won't spoil exactly how that unfolds, but it was a little rough what they did with Noob Saibot there at the end. But anyway, like I said, I liked it. I was pleasantly surprised. That's really about it. So yeah, I'm finally all caught up with the latest in the LEGO scandal. So naturally, want to yap about it. I want to bring you aboard the Magic School Bus here as we take a tour through the newest and the most comprehensive dive into this situation, which is found through CoffeeZilla's video. I highly recommend you watch his full video here, because he really gets into the weeds of it and shows everything. He bears it all. Let's the entire LEGO scandal hang hog in its birthday suit, and I think it is an incredible job he's done. Per usual, CoffeeZilla investigations, I think, are always just so high quality and just so well done. I want to be covering like a lot of the new information, as well as also going over how we got here in the first place, because now, after so much has happened, a lot of people have forgotten what the actual facts are. People are, I think, getting confused or just really fallen into the back rooms here when it comes to like this whole story. So they're regurgitating phony baloney nonsense, or even just outright myths, or ghost stories. Reckless Ben's not even real. He's been dead for 15 years type shit. And I think CoffeeZilla does a good job of keeping everything extremely clean, and all of it is real information, evidence, facts. Just the straight up pudding of it.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough.
Most people said the same thing after seeing how everything unfolded here with the behavior exhibited by the Bricks and Minifigs side, as well as the very shady behavior from the American Fork Police Department in the handling of this case. So it's no surprise CoffeeZilla also said no more Mr. Nice Guy and decided to get down and dirty and get to the bottom of this.
A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then, on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner Josh Johnson ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon, and Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem, and this is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it?
A perfect, succinct, previously on Dragon Ball Z lore dump. That is exactly how everything happened and exactly what started this story to begin with, where Brian Mansell had a very valuable collection go into this Bricks and Minifigs on consignment. The previous franchisees get kicked out, and there is a lot of questions around, well, where are the Legos now? Because Brian Mansell, the owner of the Legos, has not been compensated for all the Legos that he had brought there, that presumably had sold as well. And also now Bricks and Minifigs is being like really combative and not super cooperative. So just a lot of like big questions that until CoffeeZilla's video hadn't really had any clear answers with strong supporting evidence and proof that really paints the entire picture clearly on the location of these missing Legos. So the first thing CoffeeZilla looks at is the Bricks and Minifigs official press release, where they claim that there is only like $2,000 to $5,000 worth of Legos left there, which is a huge discrepancy based on all of the reporting on how many Legos should have still been there. Coffee then looks at all of the suspects and even toys around with the possibility that this could be someone completely unrelated, like thieves, just regular old Joe Schmo burglars that came in to get their grubby paws on the One Piece here, this extremely valuable Star Wars collection. However, the previous owners, the Gormans, shut that idea down. They admit that they did have break-ins, but at no point were any of the Star Wars Legos, any of Brian Mansell's collection, subjected to that. They were never taken during any of these break-ins, so it wasn't thieves. That is something that gets ruled out pretty early on here. So who has the Legos? Where are they? Does Smog have it and he's just sitting on it like his pile of gold? And it's crazy how this shit can just vanish like that, and no one in a very small, tight group of suspects has any knowledge on where it is. CoffeeZilla even plays around with one of the ideas that maybe Reckless Ben stole it because, as you might recall, the cops came in guns blazing when they arrested them because apparently they had got a tip that the YouTubers in this Airbnb had a conversation about their stolen Legos they have. And also, one of the owners even accused Ben of stealing the Legos when he was melting down, fucking crashing out on a phone call saying, "Fuck you, you stole the Legos, bitch." So CoffeeZilla explores that idea, and it obviously reaches a...
hadn't gone through the inventory in the back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible.
Now that is a big, stinky whoopsie if things from this collection are being sold and they're not being updated. And Brian is not getting paid because it's not getting updated, so they don't know that it's getting sold in the first place. You can see where we're having a big problem now. This bookkeeping is now seeming to be the most egregious catalyst to where this whole thing started, with this missing Lego collection and him not being properly paid for Legos that may have actually already been sold and aren't even missing. Now, in that audio recording, when Brandon Best came in and kicked them out, she does make a mention that Brandon may not have been paid yet everything that he's owed. That is something that is explicitly mentioned by her. CoffeeZilla also plays the recording where you can hear all of that. I've played it for you a couple times. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And is assured by the man on the phone, who we know is Key, I already forgot how to say his fucking name, that the consignment liability will be taken on by the new franchisees here that are coming in. So Crystal does make a mention that Brian hasn't received everything that he is owed here from all of the sales, but from the bookkeeping here, it looks very messy, so the amount that he was going to get paid from Crystal probably still wouldn't have been accurate, at least not in my opinion. Not based on everything I'm seeing here, because it seems like a lot may have been overlooked, forgotten to be updated, or just lost somewhere along the way in the bookkeeping, which would make it very, very difficult for them to properly compensate him for what they have sold from his collection, either through layaway or through just finishing that consignment there on those. So it was already in a weird spot, but she did recognize that there was money that he was owed and put that on the radar of the new incoming owners.
Maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't fully know 100%, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think, are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if your starting number is $200,000.
Very, very, very true. Yeah. After watching this, it is extremely clear that from the very beginning, there was not nearly as much missing as everyone thought going into this story. And yeah, Bricks and Minifigs seems to be liar, liar, plants for hire in a bunch of cases, sure, but their claim about the off-site stuff, yeah, Coffee's right. It does seem like on all available evidence, that is true. Not just off-site and then brought back and put in the safe, but sold off-site, to that other guy, the M&R. And then the Gormans are correct that there were more Legos there than Bricks and Minifigs is saying. And it does look like a lot of this goes back to really terrible record keeping. I don't know whether that's malicious, the Gormans were trying to scrape from the top or try and stiff Brian and take the lion's share for themselves and use underhanded tactics for it, or if it really was just bad bookkeeping because they weren't very good at bookkeeping. It's hard to say for sure. I don't know one way or the other on that, but the layaways and how they kept track of everything is clearly a huge issue that definitely made this situation significantly messier. And according to CoffeeZilla, Brian Mansell is still owed $50,000 to $83,000 by his estimation here in payments that he hasn't received that he should have received in this general ballpark range. That is the most important piece of all of this. A man who's been really wronged on all sides here, it seems, that is still owed this money here from this fucking conundrum.
For Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think honestly that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events.
That's so fucking right. CoffeeZilla absolutely hitting the bullseye. It's something I've been saying from the very beginning. Even if Bricks and Minifigs at some point along this journey came out and proved everyone was wrong here, at the very core, Brian Mansell is a customer who attempted to use the Bricks and Minifigs service because he believed it was the gold standard and his best bet to sell his father's lifelong Star Wars collection for life-changing money, and through this ended up getting completely shafted. And yes, a lot of it could maybe tie back to like the terrible record keeping with the previous owners, but at the end of the day, it is something that Bricks and Minifigs themselves should have been more than willing to make right on their own, because it is still their company, it is their brand. And every step of the way, they villainized Brian. They attacked Brian and refused to make it right without this huge public spectacle putting pressure on them. Now Ammon's singing the whole, like, let's just all be friends, come grab my arm and we'll square dance type shit. It took a huge, massive avalanche, as CoffeeZilla describes it, to finally get them to even toy with the idea of making it right. But they have nowhere along this path actually wanted to do that, which is why I've said this makes no sense for their business, because who the fuck would want to work with them going forward? Because if you are Brian Mansell in this case, if you're a customer that wants to use Bricks and Minifigs and you're going to sell through them and something goes wrong, they're not on your side. They have proven that they will be actively combative against you and will do everything they can to slap you down for their own self-interest. That is the most glaringly obvious fumble you could ever make as a business. And it's something Bricks and Minifigs still to this day refuses to recognize.
But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea. As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos at Bricks and Minifigs store. And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road. No pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on.
Yeah. So as Ammon continues to do his, playing the world's smallest violin for why won't anyone think about Bricks and Minifigs feelings, we just want to make Brian Mansell whole. That's the main thing that we're thinking about over here. We just have him constantly in our thoughts and we're praying for him and we want to help him. We want to work with him collaboratively as best friends together. I want to kiss him on the mouth. I want to have a group hug in the shower with Brian and all of our team together as one nude, just going on and on about how their mission is now to help Brian, do everything they can for Brian. And meanwhile, they're actively... I just found a loser. Yeah. I just learned about a woman who's dedicated the last year or so of her life to going to businesses with the sole intent of annoying the employees and instigating arguments and confrontation whenever possible, because that's her content. Can you imagine being such an insufferable asshole?
Can you show me where your microphones are? He said to come by the Apple. I don't see the mics anywhere.
Yeah, if you give me a few minutes, I'm just helping them out.
Just point direction. I can go look. Tell me where they're at.
The desktop
the Yeti, the blue Yeti.
Behind the printers.
She has so many videos just like this. She walks up to an employee who is already in the middle of helping a customer just to interject and demand an answer to her question about where she can find a blue Yeti microphone. And he points her in the right direction, which she instantly has an issue with. I don't know what she was expecting, him to just conjure up the microphone out of thin air like a fucking sorcerer, like some kind of wizard or something. But the thing is, all she wants to do is make problems. this is what she does. She has so many videos like this. The Best Buy excursion, though, this adventure, this was by far her magnum opus. This went on for like 10 agonizing minutes or so. Usually her videos are between 1 to 4 because once she starts yelling, shitting and spitting, hooting and hollering at one of the employees, they say enough is enough and either kick her out or they just stop playing ball with it altogether. They've just had enough of her garbage, so they just stop interacting. And this one's a little different because she would de-aggro the employee that she starts pushing the buttons of before they have a chance to either get her out of the store or just be like, can you shut the fuck up? I really don't feel like going through a lot of her videos here because they all play out pretty similarly to what you're about to see unfold in this Best Buy, but I will give you an example of how most of them usually end. Here's one of her Starbucks adventures with apparently a friend of hers.
What happened? What happened? What did you sell him? What kind of sausage? He doesn't eat pork, so why would you sell him a pork sausage when he asks for turkey bacon? Do me a favor, we're not going to go back and forth. Just take this back. He doesn't eat pork. You can take this back and exchange it. He asked you to take...
She just happens to be filming randomly walking around the Starbucks about, the emptiness there, and her friend apparently had ordered a sandwich and was served something that he was allergic to, the sausage. He doesn't eat pork. The employee seems extremely confused, saying that, no, this is what he asked for. I even, told him, hey, this is what you're getting. Apparently he confirmed that. But now he's throwing a flag on the play, challenging the ruling here, and luckily, the hero steps in. To me, what this feels like is this was a premeditated, nefarious scheme here, Despicable Me level plan to get a free sandwich here. So this lady and her minion, her fucking goober, had this idea of ordering a sandwich, pretending they fucked it up and demanding another one, maybe trying to get a free sandwich out of it or something. It's very odd how she just happens to be filming in this restaurant just moments prior to walking up here. Why is she butting in here? Why is she even entering in this Thunderdome? She has no fucking business here. Yet she does because she wants to assert herself into anything that can be confrontational. So immediately, she cross-body blocks her way into this conversation here and makes it extremely hostile, getting extremely aggressive and combative, no, we're fucking done here.
He said to take off the bacon or some kind of whatever you had on another sandwich, and you said you could not take it off, sausage and bacon.
How would you know that, crazy lady? You weren't there. Unless this is part of, the script you two rehearsed. You can see she wasn't there. She wasn't within earshot or anything. She was on the other side of the restaurant doing some kind of 360-degree spin around showing that there's not a lot of people there. So she has no fucking idea what was even transpiring over here, but she instead wants to spin this web of lies for the sake of elevating and instigating an issue. Because that is all she does. This is what she does in every single one of her videos, and she has I feel 100 of these. I've personally seen 12 at least. And they all play out similarly to this and the Best Buy one that we're going to go back to in a moment. It is infuriating just watching her do this. I don't know how you live life going through like this, walking the path of the unlovable, unlikable, perpetually alone loser. Apparently she does have some kind of lackey here, some kind of sidekick that she's brainwashed into doing this with her, but it is just so pathetic.
He wanted turkey. That's what he wants. He has a pork allergy. That's what he wanted in the first place.
Right, we are okay with that. We're not okay with bad attitudes.
With bad what?
Bad attitude,
Who said who had a bad attitude?
Attitude is a little bit too much.
If you sell someone pork and they don't eat it, I have a damn bad attitude. You damn right.
No.
Because we have a pork allergy and you can get sick.
Order a sandwich.
Don't talk about my attitude. Just change the food and let me leave.
Let you leave, goober. You're the one that walked over uninvited and handcuffed yourself to this situation. You're not trapped in there with them. They're trapped in there with you in this unskippable cutscene with this fucking terrible NPC. My God, she sucks. I cannot stand this woman. It is unbelievably annoying, and she does it all on purpose for her content. These aren't even people to this woman. These are just things for her to yell at and film to post online to try and make money off of the outrage that it can cause. Hats off to the manager, though, for standing her ground and calling out this terrible behavior and defending the employee from this woman's bad attitude. I really appreciate that. I think that is great right there. And she's even offering a replacement sandwich, which she's about to take off the table because this woman can't fucking stop flapping her gums here about nothing to make an argument out of nothing. She is offering the solution, which is not satisfactory to this woman because what she wants is a bigger blow-up, so she has to keep poking in order to try and get this manager there, but she doesn't. All she does is just return that bad attitude to her, and that's it, which she hates.
I don't want to talk anymore about it. You already messed up. Let me get the fixture and let us go. That's it. I just said, just change the sandwich out and let me go.
I will call the security and I will take you out of the store if you continue with this attitude.
What attitude are you talking about?
Like this that you have right now.
Well, you're the one screaming. I said just change the sandwich.
I'm giving you the same attitude that you are giving
Miss,
us back.
I don't know where you come from, but in America, you have to exchange food that someone's allergic to, and that's what that is.
He has to let us know.
He did.
Okay, so he's very nice.
Okay, listen, I don't have to talk to you anymore. I don't have to talk to you anymore. Just fix it up and I'm done. The fuck?
You shouldn't be talking to her at all, by the way. You came over here, idiot. You stupid fucking orb of confusion kegeling moron. This video, she actually seems to get pretty heated herself. Usually she's just steaming other people's hams by being fucking annoying to them and treating them as if they are less than her, being very condescending, talking down to them and insulting them. She never really gets overly heated herself until the end of this clip here, where it actually seems to affect her because this manager didn't roll over going belly up just taking this kind of bullshit from this woman, because most employees that she picks on, they have limited options in how they can respond to it for fear of maybe having repercussions for their job, like if their manager, steps in and doesn't defend them. So she gets free reign on just insulting them, belittling them, and just making a huge issue for them for nothing. Just being a huge nuisance, a thorn in their side. This manager, though, however, was not having it, and I think that is great. She wasn't able to do her usual bullying of an employee, and in this case, trying to tag team there with her friend to attack that employee for her video. The manager stepped in and gave her a taste of her own medicine, and she did not like that very much. Anyway, though, that's how a lot of her videos go. The Best Buy one, not so much, because like I said, she bounced around to so many different employees before things bubbled over to this point, which actually makes the Best Buy video that we're about to go back into even more annoying.
To the left of the printers.
Right over here? Thank you. Took that little second to tell me where it's at. Printers, no microphones. Oh my gosh, this place is a freaking zoo. They tell you to go somewhere here, and I still don't see any microphones.
This gentleman tried his best to save us from a fucking disaster. He probably saw the future. He probably had his Sharingan activated and knew the reason this woman wanted a mic was probably to start a podcast, so he sent her on a wild goose chase. He's like, oh yeah, it's probably over there, way over there, outside the store. It's somewhere very far away from me. Actually, they stopped making mics. Did you know that? He tried to save us. But she comes over here, cries boo-hoo, calls the wambulance because the mics weren't over there to where he pointed. So now she's going to find more employees to annoy and give them an earful about not being in the right area for the mics.
Yo, somebody got to help me. Yeah, you just stand there doing nothing. Let me get you useful. Hi. Could you do me a favor? I need to find the microphone, the Blue Yeti microphones. The guy said it's over here by Apple. I don't see no microphones at all, not even one. Thank you. Those are the last two, the Blue Yeti.
She did it. Mission complete. She found the Blue Yetis. Jackpot. You would think that this is now kaput. Best Buy can wash their hands of her. She's in the area she needs to be. She's got the items right in front of her. What else could possibly go wrong?
Those are the blues, the only blues I have currently at the moment.
What's the one for $87? It's a blue Yeti. I don't want the mini. I want the regular size. It would probably be that one right there.
No, this is just...
For $89?
Yeah, it's 89.
It says
But if it's a
87.
Yeti,
It says it's $87. Maybe it'll come up cheaper.
I don't know. You have to bring it up. Unfortunately, I'm just...
Just tell me yes or no what it is. The other words, I don't need to hear it. Not to be rude.
89.
But I don't let people just talk words on me like that.
You fucking freak. What do you mean you don't like people talking words at you? You're asking her questions. You're bombarding her with dumb-ass inquiries that she is doing her best to answer because she fucking has to interact with you, unfortunately. And now you're getting mad at her for answering your questions because she's using too many words at you. Oh my god, this lady sucks. Again, I know it's for her content, but I also am very confident this is how she actually is off camera too. If there ever even is a time in her life when she's off camera, it seems like anytime she goes out in public, she is filming it. Like, this is just how she lives her life. Her day-to-day is her experiencing life through her fucking phone screen because she's filming it to post all the time. But I think even when that is seldomly turned off, she is probably still the same exact way, the same exact rude, insufferable, entitled attitude to everyone she interacts with. I cannot imagine a world where people are willingly around her on purpose, subjecting themselves to the torture of her presence.
89 is what this is. This is the blue Yeti. Let me show you.
Yeah, the blue Yeti.
Yeah, that's it. That's
the one that we have right now. But it's showing up 88 here. I can't really tell you if it's going to
It's $1. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's not $150 like it on Walmart.
Right. I mean,
so this is the little one, right?
Yeah, this is tiny one.
So these are all the same, 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4? These are all the same
ones? These are all
ones?
the same ones. Exactly the same.
Okay, and you don't have anything else more upscale?
This is my only microphone section.
That's it. I'm good. I got it in my hand. Thank you so much. That word, why do they use it so much? Debbie Downer. Anyway, I'm skipping you. Sorry, I have to. Customer service.
If the dollar difference didn't matter that much, why are you making a huge fuss about it and making her go through all of these hoops in order to please you? And then she, of course, walks away and immediately cuts in line. Like, of course, she had to. She's in a rush. Everyone around her, like, those aren't real people. She's the only real person here. And now we get to experience life through the eyes of a fucking angel. So of course they need to part the seas here, make way for her straight to the checkout. She deserves it. She's earned it.
What do you pay for your stuff at? What do you pay? 3 people helping 1 person. Just tell me where to pay, please. I want to get out of this store. Thank you. God. People don't have anything to do. They got to find something. Find something. I want to know how much this thing is. It says it's $87. But it says it's 89 at the shelf, but 87 online. So let's figure it out.
How about you open your eyes and figure it out yourself? Activate some neurons here, lady. You can probably find where to check out. It's like the easiest thing in the stores to locate because it's the most important thing to the businesses. So they have giant fucking, like, indicators letting you know exactly where to go to check out. Imagine getting lost, failing the most basic task of going to a store.
Okay, let me get some more help. Oh my God, here we go. Okay, who works here? I need help. How you doing? Can you do me a favor and show me where your projectors are? I'm looking for like a Vankyo brand. You have it?
Yeah.
Can you just show me, because somebody pointed to me last time and I don't want to go in a circle. I can't do that. I'm chronic asthmatic, too windy outside. Please show me exactly where we're going. Thank you. I don't shop in here much. I don't want to go to Walmart because they didn't have what I needed and I was already there, so I have to come to you guys now.
Who asked?
It looks like small. It's a white. These are really big. I don't want a big one. I need a Vankyo, something that's compatible with Roku.